Good evening. Before we get started, I just want to apologize. We had a long closed session, so I'm sorry we are running a few minutes late. The meeting is now reconvened, though, to open session. The board would like to remind the public that this meeting is being audio and video recorded and is also available via live stream. The live stream link can be found on the front page of the RUSD website. Trustee Hupp, will you please report out action taken in closed session?
In closed session, the board voted unanimously to uphold the findings of a complaint investigation and to direct staff to take further corrective action as well as provide additional supportive measures for the student.
Thank you so much. Okay, tonight we have Nikki Telez. Welcome. We're so excited to have you. Our Victory High School Student Board Representative. Will you please introduce the color guard and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the presentation of the colors by the Rocklin Unified School District's Junior ROTC Color Guard and the Pledge of Allegiance. The commander and the U.S. flag bearer for this evening color guard is Cadet Captain Sophia Burkhalter. The state flag is carried by Cadet Captain Oren Terhune. The right guard is Cadet Master Sergeant Isaiah Brizuela. The left guard Cadet Airman Basic Hunter Holm. And the alternate for tonight is Cadet Master Sergeant Cody Nichols.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Color Guard. We appreciate the respectful way that you handle our flag. We'll now move to item 5.1, our special recognition and presentations portion of the meeting. Chief Dosage, will you please introduce our family partners in education recognition tonight? Maybe go. Try it again.
Go to the mic.
Perfect.
Good evening, President Price, trustees, and Superintendent Stock. The Family Partners in Education program is an opportunity for the Rocklin Unified School District to acknowledge and appreciate family engagement and involvement, thereby supporting our students in achieving excellence throughout the school year. Sunset Ranch Elementary School Principal Lori Kircher is introducing the Bennion family for tonight's Family Partners in Education recognition.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, President Price, trustees, Superintendent Stock. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. This is just such an honor to stand before you and recognize one of our amazing families. I just love this tradition, so it's a really special thing. I'd like to invite the Bennion family up. So, so since the opening of Sunset Ranch Elementary in 2010, the Bennion family has been an unwavering pillar of our school community. Joni has served on the PTC president in nearly every capacity, including president. She has led art docent lessons, organized carnivals, dances, ensured memorable, lasting experiences for the last 14 years. Through senior parades and sixth grade promotions. In addition, this family has raised these incredible children who have always positively contributed to our schools. Their family's presence has literally helped to shape the very heart of Sunset Ranch. The Bennion family's support extends well beyond the classroom now. Joni can now be found subbing in any setting. She takes these phone calls at like 6 in the morning, and including our most hard-to-fill vacancies in our special education classrooms. Their family hosts football dinners and senior nights. This family continually embodies the spirit of wherever you need me. They're kind, thoughtful, endlessly creative. They give selflessly of their time and their talents, from moving from one act of service to the next with grace and dedication. Their children have been active members in athletics and community events, reflecting the family's deep commitment to teamwork, service, and Rocklin pride. Even after graduation, their daughter Allie continued the legacy. She came back and volunteered in the library even, so the proof that their family's impact continues to inspire future generations. Sunset Ranch proudly recognizes the Benyon family for their years of service, their leadership and devotion to our school community. Their kindness, intuition, and dedication exemplify what makes Rocklin Unified such a very special place. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you for all you do.
Well, this is one of my favorite things is when I get to come up here and honor a family, and I'm so excited to get to honor the Benyon family. We are so grateful for families like you who put in so much of your own time and energy and talents, especially at every level. You've been there since the beginning and all the way through. You don't give up, you don't rest, you just keep showing up for your kids and for your community, for their schools, for their teachers. That's amazing. And for you to now be subbing in the classrooms, and I get you're on campus, you see where the needs are, and you're just there and ready to fill them. And we so appreciate you. We are so grateful to have you on our campuses, your whole family. Thank you so much for all that you do for our kids and for our community. So I have a certificate. Also, I'm not going to make you hold this, but when you go back to your seat, you have some Noah's bagels, cream cheese included. Perfect. Okay, thanks, Julie. You're good.
The Benyons are the kind of family you wish had, 20 kids. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Chief Dosage, will you please introduce our employee recognition tonight?
President Price, trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Tonight for our employee recognition, Springview Middle School Principal Daniel Lauer will introduce us to Carrie Coach.
Good evening, President Price, trustees, and Superintendent Stock. I'm really excited to be here to acknowledge Carrie Coach, one of my amazing resource specialist teachers. Carrie, come on up. All right. We would like to honor Carrie Coach for her exemplary service in special education as a resource specialist at Springview Middle School. Carrie's outstanding contributions to student learning merit formal recognition by the board. Carrie embodies the highest standards of our profession through an exceptional combination of expertise, dedication, and integrity. Carrie's comprehensive knowledge of foundational skills, assessment practices, and instructional interventions has made her an invaluable resource to our school site and district as she serves on committees and curriculum pilots. What truly distinguishes Carrie is her unwavering commitment to student success. She approaches each child with genuine care and a steadfast belief in their potential. She's always developing individualized strategies that have enabled countless students to achieve goals once thought unreachable. Carrie's work transforms not just academic outcomes, but students' confidence and self-advocacy skills. Mrs. Coach includes families in their child's educational journey every step of the way. Mrs. Coach is known throughout our school as a straight shooter, someone who provides honest, direct feedback, right? Always grounded in what's best for students. Colleagues consistently seek her guidance because they trust Carrie to provide practical, effective solutions. Whether mentoring new teachers, collaborating on complex cases, or training staff on best practices, Mrs. Coach generously shares her expertise to strengthen our school site. Carrie's car is often the last one in the parking lot, hardworking and committed to make sure everything she does is done exceptionally well while juggling a very busy family. The impact of Carrie's work extends to every corner of our school, benefiting students, families, teachers, and administrators alike. Her professionalism, compassion, and dedication represent the very best of what we strive to achieve in special education. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie. I'm so happy I got to learn about you. And on behalf of the board, I also want to extend just our gratitude. We're so lucky to have you in Rocklin Unified, your expertise. When I saw a resource teacher, I'm like, oh, I want to go. You're learning every student and figuring them out and doing what's best for each one. It takes time and effort, and you're getting amazing outcomes with them. Just hearing the way that you work with your colleagues, special education is not easy, and it helps a lot to have people like you to turn to run ideas by, or just to, get a little bit of reassurance. And so we're just so grateful. Love to have you at Springview, and I'm sure your family's very proud of you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I think that was a record. That was amazing to see so many of your colleagues. I love it. Thank you so much for all you do. Hey, tonight we have an additional recognition. We would like to recognize our Placer County Secondary Teacher of the Year. Sandeep, please continue.
Also tonight, the Board of Trustees would like to recognize Holly Gottwals, one of our teachers within the RUSD Adult Transition Program. Holly exemplifies the very best of our profession. Her impact on students, families, and the broader Rocklin community stands as a model of innovation, compassion, and unwavering belief in the potential of every learner. Currently a 2025 Placer County and Rocklin Unified Secondary Teacher of the Year, Holly was recently recognized by the Placer School Boards Association and was also named a 2023-24 ABC 10 Teacher of the Year, and was also recognized on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. But for Holly, her greatest achievements are her students, those who now live independently, work in the community, attend college, or simply feel for the first time that they belong. We'd like to show a quick video of Holly explaining why she does what she does.
If you saw this on the back, what do you think this might say? I love coming to work every day because every day is a different day. I love making a difference with the students.
Rocklin Unified's Adult Transition Program serves students 18 to 22, so post-graduation. It's students with special needs who are moderately to severely impacted by their disabilities.
And this is even maybe not for you, maybe it's for your pets.
Holly is wonderful because of her passion and her kindness. And one of my favorite things is that she helps the adult students believe in their future.
So go ahead and get your gloves on, and we're going to use the mirror right behind you. After our program, the students go out into the adult world. I love being able to teach them independent living skills and teaching them skills that they're going to use later on in life.
Rub it all around.
I have a student that learned to tie their shoes for the first time at the age of 22. And it's just amazing, those little things. Good job.
I think it's her kindness and empathy, and she believes that everyone can learn and they can have a meaningful contribution to their community and be a part of our community.
If you're going to store your cleaning supplies. I first started because my brother has special needs, and now he lives with me, and I can see all the work that these teachers have done have made him successful. So I want to do that for my students. I want to give them those skills. I want people in the community to know that our students can work and be successful.
Holly, we'd like to welcome you to the front. You know, it's so important to the board that we take a moment to recognize you. Not only is it an incredible achievement for you to be recognized as Placer County Secondary Teacher of the Year, I have to tell you, I had the honor of hearing Holly be the keynote speaker at a recent event in Placer County, and I have to tell you, I don't think there was a dry eye in the room. I think it is beautiful that you exemplify using a personal, lived experience, and you shared it, not only with the community, but you share it every day with the students of Rocklin Unified. And so I'm honored that on behalf of the board, we get to acknowledge you tonight. I know we got to celebrate you at that event, but we really wanted to recognize and honor you tonight, not only for the incredible work that you have done over the years, but the incredible work you do every day, showing up to make a difference. I thought that video was beautiful. I thought it was a great decision to show it tonight so everybody can see the heartbeat behind why you do what you do. And honestly, we couldn't do what we do without teachers like you. So Holly, it's our honor on behalf of the board to recognize you officially as the Placer County Secondary Teacher of the Year. Congratulations, Holly. Now, there is a goodie basket here with lots of fun goodies for you to use, but really, we just wanted this to be a gift from the board to you to show you again, it is our honor to recognize you for your great work. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you so much, Holly. We really are excited that we got to share that video and what makes you do what you do. So thank you. We are so grateful for you and all that you do. Those of you that have been recognized, now's a great time to go. You're welcome to stay all night with us, but I know you have busy lives, so now's an okay time for you guys to leave right through that side door if you'd like. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to give them a couple minutes?
Yeah, we do have a few open seats in the front, and we had 12. We do appreciate folks' patience as we have a room capacity set by the fire marshal, so we want to allow folks to come in as others exit, and we do ask that you are seated. So this kind of, if you have a chair to sit in, then you're great to be in the room. Otherwise, you need to wait until someone else leaves, and we appreciate your patience with that.
Okay, all right. We are now to item 6.1. We will welcome CSEA President Bettina Hart to present the CSEA report.
Hi, good evening. I'm not used to seeing so many people here, so excuse me if I'm a little bit nervous, but just wanted to actually congratulate teacher Holly. I think that's amazing that she is being recognized, especially from the CSEA. Used to be a special education aide, and all of us there, that is, I know how hard that is. Such an amazing job, and especially working at Whitney, working with the group over there. You know, we're all families. Need to see some of them here tonight. I haven't seen them in a long time, but I understand, and I think it's amazing that she is being recognized. So from us at CSEA, and as a president, I think that's amazing that she was recognized for her amazing accomplishments. So, but all moving forward. So good evening, President Price, members of the board, Superintendent Stock, and Cabinet. As we head into the holiday season, I want to take a moment and recognize the incredible working happening around our schools, especially by our classified staff. Over the past month, many sites hosted Halloween and fall festivities. And I reached out to our school secretaries and to hear what happened. And the stories were wonderful. I only heard from a few fast schools, but from what they had to say, they had a wonderful time. One of our Springview Middle School Secretary, Melissa Sabin, shared that they held their very first trunk and treat event. I shared those pictures with you. Hopefully you got to see how wonderful an event it was. It was a huge success. The staff, family, students came together to create fun, safe, and welcoming celebration. And our classified team played a huge role in making that happen. At Twin Oaks, Secretary Lisa Lombard shared a picture of a combo class, 4th and 5th grade, which held their harvest party. That brought so much joy to the students. It was full of creativity, teamwork, and excitement, a true reflection of the dedication of the staff who supports them every day. Another milestone that this year was happening was the ratification of our contract in October, which was a proud moment for our classified staff. Our negotiation team listened carefully to our members, worked tirelessly and collaboratively with HR, and were able to achieve the priorities our members had shared with us. We are thankful for the mutual respect that guided in every step of this process. And earlier this week, we also held another ratification meeting for the PARS MOU, and I am thrilled to share that it passed. Our members are very excited to what we call the golden handshake. We deeply are thankful for the board for offering this to our members and recognizing and honoring those who have been dedicated for so many years in this district. Moments like these show the strength and professionalism and the unity of our classified employees, that we are truly the backbone of this district. We also held nominations for executive board positions. Both the vice president and secretary had one nomination each. I want to congratulate Valerie Smith, the principal secretary over at Rock Creek, who will be taking on the vice president role. Yes. And I am very honored, even though I'm not going to be present, that I'm going to continue serving our board as secretary. Since Valerie is moving on to vice president role, her position as communications officer became open, and we are excited that Emily Buck from the technology accepted the nomination and will be stepping in the position beginning of next year. As for the president role, we had two nominations: Elizabeth Salazar, principal secretary at Quarry Trail and the current first vice president, and Lenny Gavin, the maintenance and operations ground 2 employee. A secret ballot election will be held at our next chapter member meeting in December, and we are very excited to see the outcome. Across the district, our classified employees go above and beyond every single day. They decorate campuses, they support events, they organize games, they help whenever needed, and they create a safe and memorable experience for all students. Their dedication is felt in every hallway, every classroom, and every celebration. Their work is essential, and it's what truly makes our district run. I want to also thank all the sites for sharing their highlighted events with me. It is clear how proud they are of their teams, and I'm proud to represent the hardworking, caring people that they are. As this is one of my final presentations to the board as president, I want to express my gratitude. Serving in this role has been an honor. I have seen firsthand the heart of the district, the staff who shows up every day for our students, and the leadership that supports them. I thank you guys for their trust and your encouragement, for valuing the people that we are and that we make this district thrive. So in closing, I want to say this: our classified staff is the backbone of this district. Every day, every role, they ensure that our schools run smoothly. Our students are supported, and our community thrives. Their work is essential, and it deserves to be celebrated and recognized. I thank you for your time tonight and for your continued support of our schools, and I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Bettina, thank you so much for your service. You have been delightful. We have loved hearing your reports. You have been a great cheerleader and champion of your employees, and I really appreciate and recognize something that you said, that you have listened deeply to your members, and it's clear. So thank you so much for all that you've done. Okay, we'll now move to item 6.2. Travis Moget, RTPA President, will present the RTPA report.
Good evening, everyone. I'm actually going to approach this a little bit differently tonight. I'm going to invite some Rocklin teachers up here. If you guys could join me, they know who they are. We're gonna present some things. I appreciate your comment and acknowledging Bettina's efforts to represent her members and speak on their behalf, because that's exactly what we're going to do tonight. And who better to tell you than the members themselves? One thing I want to point out before
Travis,
yeah.
The board has been really clear, though. The report needs to be just from you.
Okay, that's going to be from all of us.
Okay.
So
the problem is, though, is that we have.
You're going to tell these
clearly.
teachers that are in this room and standing outside they can't speak to the board.
I would love
As
to hear
RTPA
them.
members and teachers in this district, you're going to silence them right now in front of everybody.
I would love to hear them. I would love
That's
to hear
what
them.
we're here to do.
They can speak with us during the public comment, just like everybody else in this room can. This is your opportunity to give us the president's report. So we would love to hear from you.
So this is my opportunity to represent my members, as you just gave Bettina accolades for, and my members who can better represent them than themselves. So I'm going to insist
during public comment.
So RTPA is hearing our board president tell them they are not welcome to speak with RTPA.
They're hearing their board president say, we would love to hear from them during public comment. That is the way that this meeting has always been run. That's the way it'll be run tonight.
I just want the room to hear that. Everybody heard that correctly? People out in YouTube land?
For sure.
Okay, perfect.
You were communicated
So our board
beforehand
president
that this
is
how it
unwilling
would
to
go.
hear from the members of
Nope.
RTPA as teachers during RTPA time.
Travis.
Okay, thank you. I'm
I've
going to
been
proceed with
very
my
clear,
notes here.
And every person in this district knows that I would love to hear from them at the appropriate time.
Actions
during
speak
public
louder
comment.
than words.
For sure. We're
So-
ready for you.
So I apologize. I'm going to do my best to represent the comments from you, membership. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to speak for yourselves tonight. They are? So they're only here to be recognized as public, not as teachers of Rocklin Unified. But we'll agree to disagree on that, I guess. So, kind of makes this more fitting and more importantly. So on behalf of RTPA, and most importantly, the teachers of Rocklin Unified, the people wearing their school shirts in this room, outside this building, in the hallway, I'm here to deliver a vote of no confidence in district leadership. The Rocklin Teachers Professional Association resolves this vote of no confidence in the Rocklin Unified School District district leadership team, inclusive of Superintendent Stock, Deputy Superintendent Stahlheber, Associate Superintendents Limoges, McDonald, and Flowers. Due to the direct or indirect actions of the district leadership team, the morale of Rocklin certificated staff at Rocklin Unified is at an all-time low. Teachers, counselors, psychologists, speech pathologists feel a great lack of respect coming from the school district, as we see here tonight. Under the supervision of superintendent, the district continues to unilaterally send unprofessional. The district continues to unilaterally send unprofessional, divisive communication directly to district families, oftentimes before sending the same communication to certificated staff, with the intent to villainize the professional certificated staff of Rocklin. Last spring, the superintendent knowingly allowed his bargaining team to decide what is best for certificated staff of Rocklin Unified, eroding the years of trust and work that had been jointly built through our labor management efforts, while enjoying an automatic increase of 2.5% for himself, knowing that his certificated staff was told, quote, "There's no way ongoing increases will be offered for 24-25, end quote, while the district reserves continue to grow. District leadership refuses to acknowledge that Rocklin Unified has a problem attracting and retaining teachers, proven by the 14 non-credentialed teachers working in our classrooms, with the bulk of them being in special education classrooms. Ironically timed after we just recognized two amazing special educators tonight. The district leadership team is clearly unaware of legal contractual responsibilities culminating with Rocklin Unified's unlawful negotiation practices. This has forced Rocklin Unified to spend money hiring attorneys, third-party consultants to engage in negotiations with the district, return letters to RTPA's union representatives, and file ridiculous, unfair practice charges against RTPA. Under the superintendent's authority, RUSD chose to attempt to unilaterally and directly negotiate with the RTPA bargaining unit with an offer of retirement incentive that was never sunshine nor proposed at the negotiation table. This is an illegal action that violates the Educational Employment Relations Act. Under the direction of Associate Superintendent of Elementary Education, RUSD unilaterally implemented or attempted to implement math and academic lead positions during fall 2025 without providing prior written notice to the exclusive representative, thus denying RTPA an opportunity to negotiate wages, hours, and working condition. This, again, illegal action violated the Educational Employment Relations Act. Now it be resolved that the members of the Rocklin Teachers Professional Association have no confidence and no trust in the district leadership's team ability to effectively lead and negotiate on behalf of the Rocklin Unified School District. Be it further resolved that the members of Rocklin Teachers Professional Association respectfully and willingly submit this vote of no confidence to the Board of Trustees of the Rocklin Unified School District. And be it finally resolved that the Rocklin Teachers Professional Association members urge the Board of Trustees to direct the Rocklin Unified District Leadership Team to review in detail with the Rocklin Unified District Leadership Team professional responsibilities, good faith obligations immediately, and direct them to resolve the disputes and conduct themselves as professionals because the students and the staff of Rocklin deserve better. We have over 400 signatures on this for you guys. This is teachers in Rocklin, teachers in this room that you have chose to silence tonight have no confidence in the leadership team in this district. Emily's going to present you copies so you all have it in front of you. President Price, we're going to give you the official copies so you can see the amount of support or lack of trust and confidence that our teachers and certificated staff in this district have and the level of morale in Rocklin Unified. I want to give context. These signatures were collected in less than 3 days. That's how motivated people are. That's what I'm here to represent since they weren't able to speak for themselves tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am disheartened to hear that. I will speak on behalf of the board that the district staff has our full confidence and our absolute support. We have the utmost trust and respect for Superintendent Stock, for all of our cabinet, as we do for all of our employees. I'm sad to hear that. I would like to just touch on for a second that you said that the retirement incentive is illegal. So let me just explain from my perspective. So as a community volunteer, I represent 45,665 voters, right? My responsibility is to make sure that our district is fiscally responsible, okay? So many employees that have been with us for years have expressed a lot of disappointment about this. That the union won't even discuss this incentive. So I'm going to ask Dr. Limoges if he will please address your comment about it being illegal.
Okay.
Yes, we've worked directly with the district's legal counsel, and it's not only legal as part to submit proposals, but it was also sunshined. Retirement benefits were sunshined, as was wages, which is a component of the benefits program that we're offering. I am delighted to say, though, that RTPA has gotten back to us and is willing to negotiate the incentive December 3rd.
Oh, great. That's great news. Great.
I would like to mention we also worked with our legal, has a differing opinion.
For sure. I appreciate, though, that we're going to get to the same place, because the truth of the matter is that all of us have the same goal. We want to do what's best for kids. I'm puzzled by how we can afford, how I can be responsible fiscally with the offer that you presented. I'd have to lay off hundreds of teachers. I'd have to cut several programs. So let's find a way. I have the utmost hope that we have a lot of smart people, that we can figure this out and move forward. We've been through hard things before. I have confidence that we can do it again. I do.
I agree, and I am puzzled that with the reserves the way they are and the fiscal health of this district, that the offer is not respectful of the teachers and certificated staff of this district.
I would be happy. I'd be happy to have Deputy Superintendent Stahlheber explain the reserves. Unfortunately, we only get so much money from the state, right? It's a very complicated budget. I can only explain it. We get, I wish, guys, we don't keep it. If we want it, our job, what we intend, we love and respect our teachers. We want to give you what we can. So, excuse me. I don't want to have to pause. I don't want to pause the meeting. Deputy Superintendent Stahlheber, would you please address? If we have outbursts, I'll have to stop the meeting. So please don't. Thank you. Superintendent Stahlheber, can you share with us?
Yes. So district reserves work just like your savings account at home. They're one-time dollars, and so we could not use them for an ongoing salary increase. And when we look at ongoing expenditures, or salary increases. We look at new money that's coming into the district. And in 24-25, our base funds decreased when compared to the prior year, which is why we didn't have any new ongoing funds to provide an ongoing salary increase. But because we did have reserves that had built up, we offered one time because that's how those dollars can be used. Just like when you go to buy a car, you would put a down payment and you would have a payment that you can afford. But you wouldn't buy $1 million car with $50,000 in your savings and think you're going to be able to pay it off. You would work with what you have ongoing in your budget. And so when we look at what was asked, 15%, for just RTPA for 1 year, that would equate to $12.6 million. And for all units, it would equate to $19.5 million. Our current unrestricted reserve, which is one time, is 32. We already have a deficit naturally in our budget right now that we are working on because we've had declining enrollment over the last 5 years since COVID. And so we don't have ongoing dollars available, but what we're offering is a result of the 2.30 COLA that we received this year on our base funds.
So I'd like to a clarifying question. So you couldn't, or from your summary there, we couldn't afford ongoing money last year. But board members, correct me if I'm wrong, you did authorize an ongoing offer. It just was never presented to RTPA. I believe it was Trustee Sadoff that shared that with us back in February. So I'm just curious, if we couldn't afford it, why would the board have offered it? If we're looking at what COLA is this year, and that's how you're coming up with your justification for the current offer, what was COLA last year?
COLA last year was 1.07, but we are declining enrollment. So even though COLA was applied to the base grant funds, we had fewer students, so our overall revenues decreased.
And this year, we're not declining enrollment.
We are. We went down by 58, but because you can choose either prior year, current year, or a 3 prior year average, and whichever is highest is how you are funded. This year, our prior year is what we're being funded off, which is higher than current year. Last year, though, we were funded off 3 prior years, which had those hold harmless years during COVID. And so we had 3 years. We had 2 of which that dropped out of that average, and so that's why we saw a huge decrease. We no longer had those hold harmless years in our calculation, which had been protecting us for several years during declining enrollment. And when those dropped off, we had to be funded with that lower enrollment.
And then the final math question is, how do district reserves go up if less money came in?
That is because we received a large infusion of one-time state funds, and we use those funds to offset ongoing expenditures, but they were one-time in nature. And so when those funds were gone, all of those expenditures moved back into base programs and base funds. Some went away, but the rest went back to ongoing. We realized savings in base because we were offsetting on allowable expenditures. If you did not use those funds, you had to return them to the state. And so that we added programs, we added intervention services, we added learning recovery programs, but we had to slowly phase those out, and then we also have to right-size the district based on our current enrollment.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hear your frustration and concern. Again, I am confident we can figure this out.
I want to reiterate it. This is not my frustration. This is our frustration.
For sure.
Thank you.
I don't think I'm going to address that, but I sure love our custodians. So, okay, we will now move to comments and report from our student board. Representative Nikki, will you please share your report?
Good afternoon, sorry. These are our Rocklin Unified School District school highlights. Starting at Breen Elementary, students recently enjoyed a wonderful fall carnival organized by our dedicated parent community. A pumpkin decorating contest highlighted their creativity. The third graders also are studying the Maidu people and how they use natural resources to survive, with a field trip planned next week to deepen this learning. TK students have been exploring the 4 seasons, weather, and pumpkins this month. Their fall learning will conclude with a field trip to the Little Fields Farm in Loomis. Kindergartners have been learning about the fall seasons and tasting. They have also visited Bishop's Pumpkin Farm to choose their own pumpkins. In class, they are practicing single-digit addition, learning sight words, and engaging in different kinds of text. At Whitney High School, students completed their national recognized Stop the Bleed training, empowering them with essential energy response skills. Whitney Unified Sports, in partnership with Special Olympics, participated in the 9th annual Soccer Spooktacular, promoting social inclusion through the teamwork and shared competition. Not to mention, Whitney High School has collected over 3,000 cans, marking the largest total in school history. Rock Creek Elementary is completing trimester 1 assessments and preparing for parent-teacher conferences. The school honored veterans during the heartfelt assembly that included student creation, poems, songs, and videos. At Valley View Elementary, they continue to focus on the leadership, growth, and community. Their parent-teacher club recently hosted a highly successful fall carnival and is continuously leading on inspiring kindness that supports essential school fundraising. Students are completing acts of kindness throughout the campus and community, reinforcing positive social emotional development. The school is proud of its engaged families, hardworking staff, and enthusiastic students. At Rocklin High School, RHS performing arts students have successfully completed their fall play puffs, and the varsity girls volleyball team won the Division II section championship on November 8th. Congratulations to all the students that were involved. At Rocklin High School's college and career read lines, they introduced the California College website to the entire student body and conducted a lesson on financial aid. This platform will be a key resource as students prepare for post-secondary pathways and FAFSA access in the years coming. RHS is also preparing for its annual Thunder Galleria event on December 3rd. This tradition allows selected students from the Rocklin community to choose donated gifts from their loved ones during the holiday season. Donations of new or lightly used items can be delivered to the RHS main office. At Springview Middle School, they have recently celebrated their first Halloween event with a 100 Merit Trunk or Treat, where more than 700 students enjoyed games and treats hosted by 24 generous families. The school is now preparing for next week's gratitude theme activities. And saving the best for last, Victory High School's ASB, led by Mrs. Kingery, continues to coordinate fundraisers, weekly student activities, and campus-wide themed spirit weeks and awareness days. ASB is currently putting together holiday gift bags for each of our students to take home during winter break. The gift bags will have meal cards, special treats, and useful items. Thank you to all the businesses in Rocklin that have donated. The school food and clothing drive is ongoing, providing winter wear and non-perishable food items to families in need. We are grateful to the recent anonymous donors who have contributed to making handmade hats and scarves. On November 7th, Victory High participated in Breaking Down the Walls, which promotes empathy, compassion, and collaboration among students. The event fostered meaningful conversations and strengthened relationships campus-wide. The school extends its appreciation to the Board of Trustees and the district for supporting this impactful experience. Thank you.
Great job, Nikki. Thank you so much. We'll now move to comments from the board and superintendent. Trustees, do you have any board comments that you would like to share? Yeah, that's totally
I had a couple comments of things that had kind of gone on since the last meeting, but as you guys are all leaving, I do just want to say that I truly do take your presence here tonight and the signatures that you collected very seriously. Part of what got me involved in being involved in school and pursuing this role came about when Adair was at Parker Whitney just starting out, and the teacher relationship with the district was really fraught. And I could see, even as a new parent, just the impact that it had on teachers, that it had on students, and it's something that I wish could be avoided. I think I am trying in this process to have faith in the process and know that we continue to move forward and we have steps that we're following. As a trustee, you know, and I graduated K through 12, you know, Rocklin Unified, like you guys know, and part of, you know, my story is that being able to go to school in Rocklin Unified provided me with opportunities that I wouldn't have had with my socioeconomic situation growing up, and that is in part because of, you know, a large part because of the teachers. And I have 3 kids in the district, and you know, I have a daughter coming home and saying, "Hey, Mom, you know, the teachers aren't being paid fairly, and my friends and I, we're going to protest about it." And I'm like, "Okay, I hear you. I know that, you know, there's a lot going on. I also play a role in this process that I can talk to you about as well." So it's complicated and it's painful, and I've talked to some of your members, just who I know personally to some degree. I look forward to a resolution. At the same time, I do, as part of this process, believe that the district thus far, you know, has operated in good faith in this process. And I ask a lot of questions. And while this isn't my first year on the board, this is my first year experiencing this kind of negotiation. And so I have a lot of questions. And I know that the comments, you know, that were made by Trustee Stadhoff resulted in some mistrust, and I understand that too. But I am still holding some confidence that we still have process left to work through and that we can come to understanding. I do have concerns, you know, with enrollment and the impact that that will have, and I want to be part of the solution as well, personally. So I know that my comments don't fix anything or make anyone not upset, but you know, we're all, I think, trying to take a part in this process, and I think we all do hope for a resolution as soon as possible.
Can I ask a question? You made a statement tonight, Michelle, comments made by Trustee Sadoff created mistrust. Could you explain what you mean by that?
So what I mean by that is that when those comments were made about different options, and Travis and Mojette had questions about that and feelings about that, and those have continued to persist, obviously, to present day, and I think it's something that we will work on and we will work to move past. And
What specific comments I'm asking?
Well, he just said what it was. I'm sorry if that upset you. I think
it didn't upset me. I'll be clear.
Of
Did the board authorize ongoing and one-time dollars, yes or no? That's been made clear by the district, yes or no?
I didn't say that you lied.
Was it represented from RTPA that there was not an option to have ongoing dollars? This has been discussed, so I just want to be clear that if you're saying that comments were made that were truthful and that were clarifying, created mistrust, I just want to be clear if there were other comments you're referencing or specifically what you were referencing.
Well, the closed session comments that then were brought to open session.
I did not bring closed session comments. Are there specific comments other than what I just said out loud? Okay, thank you.
So just a quick update. Thank you. It's always it's always fun going through all the different stories, all the conversations, all the things that are happening at the school. So thank you for giving us that. It's amazing to hear all the great things that we're doing. Also want to say, and went to it, the Unified Soccer Games. Thank you to Whitney for hosting. Thank you for Rocklin, Intercom, and Nevada Union. They came out. It was a great event, a lot of fun out there. It's always great to see the kids. For those of you that weren't out there, the Whitney Leadership Group and a handful of students kind of lined up, and as the buses came, kids got off and they had a cheering line. It was just really cool to watch the high-fiving and all the kids just smiles ear to ear all the way through. So that was amazing. Thank you for that. Want to give a quick shout out to Hannah. So a couple weeks ago, there's she coaches the science and robotics team for her son's school. I was at an event in the Eureka School District. There's another one in Dry Creek. Just for those of you that don't know, the elementary schools have these robotics teams, and they create these little engineering marvels, and they have a whole board where you go through and you collect parts of it, cones and pieces, and it's all scored. They call it co-opetition because you're competing and you're cooperating together as you're working. It's really a neat thing to see kids excited about doing engineering and robotics at that level. So again, amazing. So thank you for being a community member and helping out, even though it's a different district, but still appreciate it. Thank you. And then, Michelle, with you, I think I'm confident that we can work through all the conversations, the discussions, in any negotiation, in any disagreement, argument, conversation, whatever. You've got multiple sides. You're trying to bring people together. It's not always easy. If it was, and if it was simple and easy in every conversation, we wouldn't have arguments all the way from the higher political issues all the way down to local things. So I'm confident that our administration and RTPA and all the people involved will figure it out. It's never easy. I know we do this on an annual basis. Sometimes most of the community says, they don't realize all the negotiations that happen, but sometimes it takes longer than it should. Sometimes it goes extend. Sometimes it goes quickly, but it is a grind. It is frustrating. It is, and everyone's side has a perspective, and we've got to understand those perspectives, work through it, and come to some kind of agreement for the kids. So I know it'll happen. I'm confident that we'll do what's best for Rocklin Unified and the teachers and our students. That's it.
Thank you. Do you have anything?
I don't have a lot to add to that. I will just add that I have full and sincere confidence in our district leadership. I've watched them work so hard and all with their heart in the right place. I've been able to tour schools and go to activities with most of them and have shared heartache and frustration over things that don't work, and have seen their hearts and their sincerity. And I want them to know, I know Rochelle did speak for the board, and I appreciated that because we do all feel that way about our district leadership. But I just wanted to be heard saying that as well. And in fact, just a few weeks ago, I went with Superintendent Stock and we toured an elementary school. We went over to Twin Oaks and went into several classrooms and spoke to the principal, spoke to several teachers, and in that, I was able to see his heart for the kids and for the teachers, for the campus and everything that's happening there. And then we went over to Whitney High, where we met with Trustee Counter and were able to join in the BIDAQ, which was super fun, delicious, and amazing. And there's so many wonderful things going on around our district. And it's not just that they are wonderful, but they are cheered on and supported, loved, and respected by all of the district leadership. That's all. Thank you.
I had a couple things that I do want to make sure I recognize. The Matt Redding Foundation, there's always a powerful baseball tournament that happens that really brings the community together, and I want to make sure to acknowledge that. Not only do we have our students, our players out on the field in Halloween costumes, it's always a highlight of my young children's fall to go and attend and watch the game. And this year it was quite rainy, and yet there was still an incredible crowd out there to recognize a life well lived that served our community well. And I thought it was beautiful. You had business owners out there, you had law enforcement out there, we had staff out there, and it was just a great tribute. Not only to an individual that served our community well, but also to the heart of our community, that we come together to acknowledge and recognize those that we have lost, but that we also come together to support our law enforcement in our community. And so I really appreciated that opportunity to participate in that, and thankful to the Matt Redding Foundation for the great work that they're doing. Additionally, we had our board study session, and it's a difficult time to try to figure out, as a district, when you have facility needs, how do you appropriately go about addressing those? And a district of our size, with campuses with varying ages, we take it very serious and really want to look at to make sure that our campuses are safe, that they provide not just adequate, but above and beyond great learning spaces for our students and for our staff. And so we engaged in really some difficult conversation about, financial planning, specifically regarding our facilities. And, I haven't been shy to share, I'm not a fan of bonds. And I've actively worked on the facilities committee for the last 4 years to look under every rock, to try to find every solution. And the reality is that state funding for facilities, they're wildly underfunded. And so I really appreciated the opportunity, though, as a board. If you didn't get a chance to attend, we had an opportunity for really a few hours to really just ask questions and ask, what does this look like? What does this mean? What other funding streams might be available to us from the state? And there were just 2 areas I wanted to highlight. I know it's in our minutes, but the ability to have an oversight committee, I really appreciated the conversation on that we have the ability to create a committee that ensures dollars that are brought in are spent appropriately for facilities. And then in addition to that, the opportunity to really refine our facilities master plan. We put a lot of work into that, and there are many, many needs there. But the reality is over $600 million is a lot of dollars. And so how do we assess what needs are timely and critical in the next 5 years, 10 years? So I just really appreciate the work of the entire board. I thought it was really beneficial conversation for us to really dig in and look at, in the midst of a variety of things, we have many responsibilities on us as trustees, and we cannot allow our campuses to not be addressed appropriately. And we also got to look at our ongoing maintenance, that these are needs that are above and beyond our maintenance. And so I just appreciated the board's work on that. And then additionally, I just wanted to share with my colleagues that Delegate Assembly is coming up the first week of December. It's always an honor to be able to sit on the State Delegate Assembly and represent our Placer County schools, obviously specifically Rocklin, but also all of our Placer County schools. And, this year we also have a monthly call that I sit on as well with trustees from other districts to really advocate to the state and say the reality is we are wildly underfunded as school districts, and to really identify where those areas are. And so, I have already had conversations and will continue to have conversations of the need for the legislature to stop unfunded mandates. That makes us divert dollars away from where they really need to be spent on our facilities, on our staff. And then additionally, looking at some of the funding streams. Supplemental dollars were meant to meet the needs of our students with some of the greatest needs, our ESL students, our foster youth, those experiencing homelessness. And I think that was implemented in the LCFF formula for a reason. However, we are now seeing it's creating great disparity. If you are a district that is within a affluent area, a misnomer I've heard or misinformation I've heard out there is Rocklin's quite affluent. Because of that, therefore, payroll and facilities should be above and beyond what other districts have. Oh, I wish that were the case. Unfortunately, that means we actually receive less dollars from the state. And because of that, it creates this predicament because the state sees Rocklin as possibly having less need, so less supplemental dollars are given. So when we have neighboring districts that are able to receive large sums of supplemental ongoing monies, they're able to divert that to some of the things that we would love to do so, but we only receive one-time monies for. And so I just wanted to share that because that is my priority when I go to Delegate Assembly in December. That is something I have already actively shared both with our Region 4 leadership and our state leadership, and I will continue to advocate for, because until we see a change at the state level, we're gonna continue to see these low COLAs. And our district has consistently given around our COLA. And, I think it's the desire, I know I cannot speak for the entire board, but I have continued to hear the desire to give what we can. And so I would like to see the state do their part better, because we have not seen that happen.
Thank you. Nikki, tell us a little bit about yourself. You did a great job with the report, and we are excited that you're here tonight. What do you like to do in your spare time? Where are you headed after graduation? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
After graduation, I did just sign up for full-time classes at Sierra College.
Awesome.
After I finish my 2 years at Sierra College, I do plan on transferring to Stanford to continue my nursing.
Awesome.
So, yes.
Great.
Thank you.
We need really good nurses, and there's such a need for that. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Oh! You graduate tomorrow? Wow, that's awesome. Congratulations. Yes, thank you. Okay, just a couple things have been shared already. I did want the Matthew Redding, the Unified Soccer Game, Feed My Starving Children, a big community event that's held at William Jessup. It was awesome to see lots of kids. Rocklin Unified kids were there, including the Rocklin High School football team and some others, so I just really appreciated that. I attended the assembly where Placer County DA brought their sexual assault response team and talked about dating violence, and that was really well done and also a little bit heartbreaking. It was 1 in 3 teenagers experience teen violence. And there's a local family from Auburn that lost their daughter, and so they shared their personal story, and I was really grateful that our students have the opportunity. Placer County DA, we are so lucky to have them. They do such a great job. Wanted to also give a shout out to Mr. Flowers and Christy Kazuki, who really took the lead on making sure that we have testing here in Rocklin. We have had the last few years our students having to drive to Reno, to Yuba City, too far. And so I'm just so grateful. We had 280 students in October on the 11th take the PSAT at our campuses. We have 2 ACTs and 6 SATs scheduled. So thank you for your work on that. That was really important to me. I appreciate that happening. And then last, I know Trustee Sadoff talked about our study session. We spent a lot of time talking about facilities, and we're aware of what our campuses look like. And I hope that our teachers understand that we've made a huge investment in facilities, a huge investment in safety, and those dollars don't come out of teacher salary dollars. They're different buckets. And so I really hope that that is really clear. We have financial oversight from Placer County Office of Education. We have audits. We believe what our district staff is telling us, and we recognize their leadership and we support them. I hope that that has just been made loud and clear, how grateful we are for each of you. Superintendent, I've been here 6 years, has gotten a above and beyond evaluation every year for his work. So thank you so much to each of you. I think that that's it that I have for today. Superintendent Stock, do you have any comments that you would like to share?
Just a few things. Last week, we all had the opportunity to honor veterans throughout our country. And in Rocklin Unified, we have 20 employees with a combined 160 years of service to our nation. And so we're grateful for our employees who have served our country, and for so many in our community that have as well. And I'm really proud that our junior ROTC program at Whitney High School is doing an event called Wreaths Across America, where they'll be honoring veterans in our community, and we look forward that that's Saturday, December 13th at approximately 11:30 a.m. at 12 p.m. I'm being corrected, and we look forward to that. And I know personally, it's great for me. I'll be able to honor my father-in-law who served in World War II as a B-17 navigator. And also, this is great as well. Rocklin High School girls volleyball team will be playing for a state championship this Saturday down in Orange County, and so we congratulate them. And that is such a super competitive sport in this region and state, and to be at that level is so exciting for them. And we wish the Thunder Girls much success.
And that was our first time, right, going to that level with
It's
girls
our
volleyball?
first time
Yeah,
for girls volleyball at a state championship level. We have had a football team, we've had a wrestler, but for girls volleyball, this is our first time. So we're very excited. And then also, as we know, next week we'll have the chance to really give thanks for so many things, and we truly are in a community where we have much to be thankful for, and I know that I wish everyone a safe and joyful Thanksgiving, a holiday, and again, know that just I'm so grateful that to be here in Rocklin Unified with such amazing people and families and kids.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to item 8.1, the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the Board of Trustees requests specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Any items removed will be voted upon following the motion to approve the consent calendar. Does any trustee wish to remove an item from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
First by Trustee Sutherland, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Hepp. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item 9.1, we now invite Jennifer Stahlheber, Deputy Superintendent of Business and Operations. I apologize earlier, I did not give you your full title. So there we go. To present item 9.1, action on AB 12 bargaining disclosures for California School Employees Association, CSEA, confidential and non-represented employee groups.
Good evening, President Price, trustees, Superintendent Stock, and members of the public joining us this evening. This action item presents the required public disclosure forms mandated by Assembly Bill AB 1200, detailing the fiscal implications of the proposed 2025-26 salary agreements for the California School Employees Association, otherwise known as CSEA, our confidential unit, and non-represented employee groups. In adherence to state law, these disclosures must be reviewed and made public before the Board of Trustees can proceed with formal ratification of the respective collective bargaining and compensation agreements. The attached documents include the officially required cost analysis for each group. And any questions before you take action?
Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve AB 12 bargaining disclosures for California School Employees Association, confidential and non-represented employee groups?
So moved.
First by Trustee Counter.
Second.
Second by Trustee Hepp. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, motion passes. We now invite Tony Limoges, Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, to present item 9.2, action on California School Employees Association Chapter 773, tentative agreement for 2025-26.
Thank you, President Price. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Stock, Ms. Georgia. So I have 3 items I'm going to be presenting to you. I want to just always, as I do every time when we present these, is delighted to always present an approval on a tentative agreement. We have multiple groups in this. We have 2 that are direct negotiations, which is RTPA and CSEA groups, which means we directly sit down and negotiate. Then we have 2 confer and consult groups, which is our RAPA, which is administrators, and our confidential employees. And then finally, I've just titled our non-represented employees as basically a memo group. So this first item here, 9.2, is in regards to one of our direct negotiation groups, CSEA School Employees Chapter 773. So on May 7th, the Board of Trustees was presented the California School Employees Association 773 initial contract proposal and the districts. We call this the sunshining process. Both were accepted and a public hearing was held on the same date. Then on October 2nd, 2025, Rocklin Unified School District and California School Employees reached a tentative agreement to resolve contract negotiations. There were language modifications, and you can see on the item there are also kind of outlines what the financial implications were. So what I am recommending an action on California School Employees to approve California School Employee Association Chapter 773 tentative agreement for 25-26.
Thank you so much. Are there any board comments or questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the California School Employees Association Chapter 773 tentative agreement for 2025-26?
So moved.
Ooh, let's go. First by Trustee Sadoff. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Gowner. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, please continue with action on non-represented employee, non-salary tentative agreement for 2025-2026.
And I've kind of outlined the process for everybody here, but for item 9.3, in regards to non-represented employees, they traditionally align with what CSEA's agreement was, and I send a memo to all non-represented employees outlining what the offer or the settlement was on the tentative agreement, and they're provided that. So basically put all of the elements in there that were before, so that's what we entered with the salary and tentative agreement. I sent it on October 28th, so I'm recommending action to approve the non-represented employees non-represented employees salary tentative agreement for 2025-26. And you will see there is the attached salary schedules as well.
Thank you. Trustees, any comments or questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve the non-represented employee salary tentative agreement for 2025-26?
So moved.
First by Trustee Sutherland.
Second.
Second by Trustee Sadoff. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Please continue with action on Rocklin Confidential Employees Group tentative agreement for 25-26.
And the final item I'm presenting, 9.4, is a tentative agreement for our confidential employees. A lot of times we get questions regards to who are our confidential employees, but they're primarily our classified staff that work in the district office. And so they are a consult and confer group, so they have two representatives that sit down with myself, and we go over the offers that are presented. And so below is we worked with them on October 27th and came to an agreement and signed, which you will see the tentative agreement and the associated salary schedules there for you. And so I am recommending action on to approve the Rocklin Confidential Employees Group tentative agreement for 2025-2026.
Thank you so much. Any board comments or questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve the Rocklin Confidential Employees Group tentative agreement for 2025-26?
So moved.
First by Trustee Counter.
Second.
Second by Trustee Hupp. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Lemos. Jennifer, will you please join us again for action on Resolution 252616, approving California School Employees Association Rocklin Chapter Number 773 Early Retirement Plan Agreement for 2025-26.
Yes. So tonight we present Resolution 252616 for your consideration and approval. This resolution formally ratifies the early retirement plan agreement mutually entered into by the Rocklin Unified School District and our California School Employees Association, Rocklin Chapter 773, on October 30th, 2025 for the 2025-26 contract year. I want to provide a little background. So this agreement is a strategic action item designed to address right-sizing the district's workforce in response to significant and ongoing declining enrollment. So while we typically review our staffing needs annually, this year the decline has become more critical than it has in the past. So in current year, we're down 58 when compared to prior year. We received our September demographic report, which indicated substantial further declines over the next 3 years. And those numbers came in at 172, projected for 26-27, 124, 27-28, and an additional 74 for 28-29. So these significant enrollment drops equate directly to lower revenues in our out-year financial projections, requiring prudent fiscal management. So in an effort to minimize adverse impact on current employees and honor longtime Rocklin employees and align our budget with revenues, the district partnered with PARS to design a targeted early retirement incentive. Once we had data that confirmed the district could offer this generous employee benefit while still realizing necessary financial savings, we engaged with both RTPA and CSEA. On October 22nd, the district sent formal proposals to both RTPA and CSEA. On October 30th, we met with CSEA to bargain and address questions. During the session, PARS presented to them. They were available to answer questions, and then we entered into a tentative agreement with them. On November 17th, CSEA members formally ratified this agreement. So the specific provisions of the agreement offer eligible CSEA units members 70% of their final pay as a retirement benefit. It's distributed via PARS plan, provided they meet specific age, service, and application deadlines. So tonight, I'm pleased to introduce Ryan Nicasio, Senior Vice President with PARS, here with us tonight. He will provide a presentation on the plan being offered, not only to CSEA, but also to our non-represented employees. And then we will request an action. And I'm going to pull that up for him right now.
Good evening, Madam Board President Price, trustees, Superintendent Stock, members of the Cabinet. Again, thank you for offering me the opportunity to speak tonight. Again, my name is Ryan Nicasio. I'm a Senior Vice President with PARS, and I have a short presentation to kind of outline who PARS is, the work that we've done with the district in designing this program, what that means to employees, and sort of outline sort of the timeline associated with the program.
Great, thank you.
So just real briefly, PARS, as our name implies, Public Agency Retirement Services. We consult and administer retirement programs and plans for public agencies. That encompasses not only cities, counties, school districts, community colleges, special districts, any governmental agency with a retirement plan or governmental program. On the school side, we're probably best known for these early retirement incentives. We're based in Southern California, worked with a number of districts throughout the state. On the next slide, I would kind of outline some of those school districts throughout the years that we've worked with, but we are one of the leaders of these early retirement incentives. Again, sampling of the districts that we've worked with, some of your neighboring county districts, county Office of Ed's, larger non-districts or non-county districts, big and small. Sort of what it speaks to is the ability of PARS to work specifically with a school district to address certain challenges or needs. It's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. What may work for one school district may not work for another. But that's where we can work with the district to design a program. Hopefully that is a win-win plan where either budget savings are achieved through the district, and you can also thank your long-term employees for their many years of service with the supplemental plan. And what the process is that the plan would start with an adoption of a resolution where that opens up a contingent enrollment window. That enrollment window is generally about 45 to 60 days long. And during that time, that's where interested employees can submit an irrevocable letter of retirement. At the end of that enrollment window, PARS, we would run a fiscal analysis based on actual enrollment, provide that those numbers to the district, whether it's a savings or a cost. At that point, the board would determine if the plan would proceed or if it would be canceled. If the plan proceeds, employees would retire, receive the supplemental benefit on top of their underlying retirement system. If the plan is canceled, the offer and the retirement letters would be rescinded. And the proposed plan eligibility for the classified non-management, specifically the CSEA and non-represented employees, age 50 years of age with 5 years of district service, have an FTE of 0.5 or greater, retire from the district, and also retire from CalSTRS or CalPERS. And the way that the plan is designed is through the use of an Internal Revenue Code Section 403B tax sheltered annuity program, where a percentage of an employee's final salary is used to purchase an annuity on their behalf. In the design, with working with the district, 70% of their final salary would be used to purchase an annuity. That annuity would be paid from the district in the contributions over a 5-year period. The contributions would purchase an annuity on behalf of the employee, offering different benefit options, which I will cover shortly. That is through Pacific Life Insurance Company. And those distribution options receive favorable tax treatment and may be actually eligible for rollover as well. And those 14 benefit options, these are all actuarially equivalent from the participant standpoint. So from their standpoint, there's really no better or worse, right or wrong selection. It spans sort of like your typical lifetime options or a joint survivor if they have a beneficiary they want to include, as well as fixed term payments that are paid over a shorter period of time, but are higher amounts that are guaranteed to pay out for that specific period. And we sort of illustrate it in a sample benefit illustration here. Options 1, 2, and 3 are sort of your typical lifetime payments. So if a participant lives 30 or 40 years, it would pay out on a monthly basis for those 30 or 40 years upon their death. If they have a beneficiary they want to include, they can do that. And it would now pay out for the lives of not only the participant, but as also their beneficiary. Options 5 through 15 are your higher fixed-term payments, again, paid out over a shorter period on a monthly basis. So option 5 are 60 monthly payments. Option 15 are 180 monthly payments. And you can see that options 5 through 9 also have an asterisk, so that indicates that those can be rolled over either to an IRA or other tax-qualified plan, just offering additional tax-saving opportunities. So again, each option is, they're all actuarially equivalent. It's really up to the participant to determine what benefit choice would make, or benefit option would make the most sense for them. From the district standpoint, this is a defined cost, so that it would be 70% of their final salary. So again, if that participant lives 30 or 40 years, outlives their sort of expected mortality, and exceeds the benefit payments that their benefit payments exceed the contributions that have made on their behalf, there's no additional cost to the district. That's that mortality risk borne by the insurance company. And what PARS does up front sort of is provide complementary analysis to sort of offer the district an opportunity to explore and see what that potential fiscal impact is with an early retirement incentive. By sort of looking at that compensation differential between the retiring employee and the replacement employee. But our comprehensive model sort of looks at all of the various costs that go into the program, not just that differential. So we take into account natural attrition, meaning that if the district did not offer a plan, folks would sort of naturally leave on their own. With the incentive, you're trying to increase participation above and beyond. Hopefully that increased participation can lead to savings. So we do not take credit for that natural attrition that would have taken place, as well as the future loss of natural attrition, meaning folks that would have left in the next 2, 3, 4 years. We're simply expediting their departure from the district. If there's retirement health care costs, we factor that in, the cost of the incentive itself, so that would be that 70% of final salary, as well as if the district is in a position to not replace, that can be additional savings. And from that, we determine, is there an overall net savings or cost associated with the plan? And sort of based on our experience and expertise of offering these programs throughout the years and looking at the demographics of your district employees within the classified or the CSEA non-represented group, and based on the eligibility I outlined previously, we identified 152 eligible employees. Of that, we are projecting 25 would take the program. The next couple of line items here, the middle column, assuming that if 25 employees took the program and you replaced all 25, this is the expected fiscal impact that we would see, where there would be savings Projected in the first year, minimal savings about $10,000. Cumulative over 3 years, there would be a cost associated with that, about $121,000, and cumulative over 5 years, about $450,000. But I think sort of we look at it further, that if the district is in a position to not replace some of those positions, so in this case, 3 positions, so in the event that the plan had 25 participants and only brought back 22 of those 25 and not replaced 3 of those positions, that's where we would see savings over a 1, 3, and 5-year period. Again, first year savings is under about $100,000, $165,000 cumulative over 3 years, and net savings cumulative over 5 years about $68,000. Obviously, our projections are on the conservative side based on the average age and service of the group. We don't necessarily know your specific employees, and that's sort of the benefit of the offer. It is a contingent offer, so once that enrollment window would close, again, we would provide the actual analysis on the plan based on actual participation, provide those numbers to the district. The district would then have the opportunity to evaluate, does this meet the fiscal and operational goals of the program? The proposed timeline, so again, I mentioned about a 45 to 60-day enrollment window. So it would start with a board adoption of the resolution where the approval would take place this evening. Packets would be mailed out to all eligible employees. After the receipt of that, we would come back to the district in early December where a PARS representative would hold an orientation meeting, explain the offering, the parameters of the program, eligibility, the enrollment forms necessary to participate, where we are trying to provide information to these eligible employees so they can make an informed decision. We're not there to twist arms or persuade. We encourage them to speak with their financial advisors, family members, accountants, so that they, actually their underlying retirement system as well, so they can make a decision that's best for them. We would actually come back out towards the end of the enrollment window, maybe the week of January 19th, for an employee workshop where a participant can sit one-on-one with the PARS employee, ask any last-minute questions, physically hand in their enrollment packet. And all the while during this enrollment window, they can call our toll-free line, speak with a PARS representative, ask any questions as well. We're projecting an enrollment window close on the 22nd of January. At that point, again, we would provide the analysis to the district based on actual enrollment so that the district can evaluate, does this meet the fiscal and operational goals? At a later board date, maybe March 4th, the board would either approve or rescind based on whether it met the fiscal and operational goals. If the plan were to move forward, we would notify employees shortly thereafter, maybe by March 9th. Employees would retire at the end of the school year, and the PARS benefit would start August 1st. So I know I went through that fairly quickly. I can pause for any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. That was great. Anybody have any additional comments or questions? I see this just as a win-win. I really think if we can, fiscally help the district, but also be really generous to our employees, I really see it as a win-win. So I hope everyone gets an opportunity to take part in it. Anybody else?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Real quick on other districts that you work for, how's the acceptance? What kind of questions do they get? Like, how does it work?
Part of our work up front in this pre-analysis where there's no cost or obligation is we look at the demographics of your district, kind of the historical retirements, look at the different level of benefit being offered, and make our sort of best projections where they're realistic and conservative because we want this to be a successful offering. So there's sort of the give and take of, how much do you offer that's going to be enticing to folks to leave, but at the same time being offset by the cost of the offer, and that's where we kind of go back and forth with districts. We just had a successful offering up the street at Placer Unified where they approved a plan last night. I spoke at that board meeting. We've worked with a few others in the district. Last year, Western Placer, I think years ago we worked with Colfax and Placer Union previously as well. So generally speaking, once a plan is, if the numbers look good up front with the analysis and a district decides to move forward, we have a pretty good success rate, I would say about close to 90%, unless there's extenuating circumstances. But, again, part of our design of the plan is to be realistic with our projections. We're not going to say, hey, you offer this plan, you're going to have 100 employees take the plan, save millions of dollars, and then it fails. We don't want that to happen. Again, we want this to be a win-win where, our numbers pan out. There's benefit to both the district and a thank you, sort of a supplemental benefit to your long-term employees, thanking them for their many years of service. So.
Okay, is there a motion to approve Resolution 252616, approving California School Employees Association Rocklin, Chapter number 773, Early Retirement Plan Agreement for 2526?
So moved.
Oh boy. First by Trustee Hepp. You want a second? By Trustee Sadoff. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, motion passes. Please continue with item 9.6, action on Resolution 252617, approving non-represented employees early retirement plan agreement for 2526.
And so this group is also receiving the same benefit plan with the same conditions. And so we're just requesting the board take action on Resolution 252617, approving our non-represented employee supplementary retirement plan agreement for 2025-26.
Is there a motion to approve Resolution 252617?
So moved.
First by Trustee Counter,
Second.
second by Trustee Sutherland. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Okay, item 9.7. Joining us will be Hannah Anderson. Welcome, Director of Innovation, School Programs, and Accountability, to present action on revised board policies and administrative regulations. I'm not going to read through all those right this second, but what I'm thinking, colleagues, what do you guys think? If there's any from here that we'd like to discuss, or we could pull them and vote, but maybe first we try and discuss if there's any questions or comments on any of these, and then we'll move through. I know we've got, 30 maybe to get through. So let's just maybe look at item 9.7. I know I had a couple that I wanted to talk through. Does anybody else want to talk through any of those? I would like to visit a few, maybe with a suggestion. Let me pull them up for me really quick. Sorry, let me get them up right in front of me. Okay, 9.7. Can we look at 5.41, the suicide prevention? So I really like in this one how well-rounded it is, who gets instruction in our district for that. It mentions a few times a comprehensive health education program. Could you maybe elaborate on that?
We in policy 5141.52 or the regulation?
I think it's in the policy.
Okay. Just a second.
But you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, I'm thinking actually maybe, just one second, let me look through it too. We have, how many pages was this? 300?
Yes.
Okay, let's go actually to the AR. Let me see if it's there.
Many pages.
Yes, the AR, the
Yes,
first part talks about, we have all of these people that are there to help our students. The credentialed school nurse, the school psychologist, the family therapist, the counselor, the clinical social worker, all of these people there to surround our students that may be struggling with suicide. So in that same AR, but I don't have I can find the reference.
It's on the bottom of page 2
Okay,
of the administrative regulation.
Can you just talk to us a little bit about the comprehensive health education program?
Absolutely, and I'm actually going to refer over to my colleague, Mr. Flowers, to speak on that item.
So once again, that program starts in 5th grade, and then in 7th grade, our 7th grade science teachers teach this program, actually a curriculum that President Price, you and Trustee Sadoff sat on. And then in 9th grade, our health teachers do this as a section, and that makes up, I'm not sure if Dr. McDonald wants to expand on the 5th grade. Yeah, we have a 5th and 6th grade human growth and development program that touches on the changing body, and gets into some minor mental health pieces, suicide prevention, but it's pretty light in terms of what's the content of that.
Thank you. Okay, can you walk me through page 3 in that same AR? It's crossed off that students shall be encouraged to notify a teacher, principal, or counselor. Can you give me the thought that was behind that? Or is that included someplace else? I do see it on the bottom. Yeah, I do see it on the bottom of page 3. And I'm wondering, actually, if we could add parent there. Students shall be encouraged to notify a teacher, principal, counselor, designated reporter, parent, or other adult. Are you guys following where I'm at on the bottom? Yeah. But I do think that parents need to be part of that. And then on the top of the last page, let me see. Okay, again, parent. So it says, let's see, whenever a staff member suspects or has knowledge of a student's suicidal intentions based on the student's verbalizations or act of self-harm, the staff member shall promptly notify the principal, school counselor, or designated reporter and parent.
In that statement, it also discusses that who shall implement the district intervention protocols as appropriate, and a part of those intervention protocols are communicating with home.
Okay, that's fantastic. Unless any of my colleagues have a problem with that or disagreement, I still would like parents said there, and even if we are, mentioning it twice, do you feel like it's still fine?
Could we include it at the end of that sentence?
Sure.
So who shall implement district intervention protocols, including notifying parents
Perfect.
as appropriate?
Perfect.
Because that way it isn't the referring staff member who's notifying, but rather the staff member who has worked with the student to conduct a risk assessment, as all of our counselors and school psychologists have been trained to do as a team. And then that would be, they would be able to provide better information home to parents. And that all occurs directly after those staff members are notified. So that's within the same day.
Okay. Thank you.
That be appropriate to include implement district intervention protocols, including and notify parents. I just want to make sure I'm noting it correctly.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then there was one other place. Maybe you probably know this better than I do, where it says that we, at some point, deleted communication to parents. Let me see if I can find it. It was on page 4. You see the spot where I was thinking?
My colleagues are also looking to.
Page
Yes,
4.
the administrative regulation. Were you noting a place, President Price, where we had already crossed it out, or another place where you wanted to include it?
I had written down that we had crossed it off, but I am not seeing it.
Are we looking, so at number 3 on page 4, says keeping the student under continuous adult supervision and providing comfort to the student until the parent/guardian and or appropriate support agent or agency can be contacted.
Yeah, that is fine. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. And then did we catch it also on the bottom of page 3? Students shall be encouraged to notify a teacher, principal, counselor, designated reporter, or parent. We caught out there as well. Okay, great. I just want to be sure that parents are included, especially if students are having struggles with suicide. Okay, let's move. Does anybody else have anything on that policy?
I'm this policy, but it's kind of throughout the language, and a lot of like superintendent or designee, or this one in particular has principal or designee, and I know that's probably just standard language. You don't want to put a specific staff member, but just knowing, because in some of these, like when I've looked at safety plan type stuff at work, sometimes there's concern if it's too broad, you want to make sure that it's specific enough that people know where their responsibility lies. Do you feel like in this item and others that there's already kind of an infrastructure or system in place so that those designees are specified to some degree? Right.
I'm gonna, if I may, Ms. Anderson, that language is very common in policies, as you mentioned. Either superintendent and designee is often very common, or principal or designee. One, it does imply that there is a responsibility of either the superintendent or maybe this case the principal is overseeing that. But the word designee is used because at different times in the district, you may have different job descriptions that include certain functions. You may have different organizational structures of who's responsible for what. And so by using that term or designee, it allows for job descriptions to change or evolve. It allows for district organization of staff of who's doing what to change, and not have to go back and update all the policies and regulations if you were to specify a specific person. But there is still that accountability by superintendent or principal. But the designee allows that evolution of things to occur without having to go back through all these policies to make those changes. And that's why that's a common language format in board policies and administrative regulations.
So then ultimately, if it says superintendent or designee, you would be the responsible party. If it said principal or designee, the principal would be the responsible
Correct,
party.
and then it allows me to delegate that is needed and supervise that, or the principal as well.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Could we go to AR 6142.1 on sexual health? So on page 5, the parent guardian notification and opt-out.
Board policy or
The AR.
Okay.
Tell me when you're there, Hannah. I'm sorry. I know there's so
Okay.
many pages.
And I apologize, I missed. Are we on the?
The AR for 6142.1 sexual health.
Okay.
On page 5, number 1.
On the AR.
Yes.
Somehow I don't have that in front of me.
Could we add by parents to the end of that? The written and audio-visual educational materials to be used in comprehensive sexual health and HIV prevention education are available for inspection by parents or
Yes.
guardians?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely. Can one of my colleagues note that, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
And then why on number 3 do they have it listed that a parent would have a right to request a copy of Ed Code? That seems so strange since they're all online. Is that something we added, or we got that from the CSBA policy?
There are a number of policies where now the state does require in Ed Code for us to be able to provide parents copies upon request.
Okay. I understand that they would, get them. It just seems like it's already available to them. So that's fine. We can leave that there. I do have a question about number 4. So we crossed, I see you crossed out, not you personally, but I see what's crossed out is to hold an assembly with guest speakers. So this assembly that I was at last month, for example, I didn't have a problem with my son that was there hearing that, but what if we had a victim that was in that assembly that was triggering for? There has to be some level, I would assume, where that would be considered a sensitive topic. If we're going to talk about dating violence, murder was discussed, a whole lot of sensitive topics. Can we fix this a little bit? If the district chooses to use an outside consultant, which we did, Placer County DA, or to hold an assembly, is there a reason why we've got to cross that out?
No.
Okay.
That can be left in.
I would like that to be left in unless any of my colleagues feel differently. I feel like especially if it's something sensitive in nature, kids and parents parents need to be notified in case they would see, you know, something that their child could be sensitive to. So guest speakers to deliver, I'm okay, you know, should we add something in there maybe about sensitive topics? Maybe that's a good way to clarify that, because I don't think we're going to deliver comprehensive sexual health or HIV prevention over an assembly, right? So what about including something there? Either do we want to refer to our sensitive topics policy or including sensitive topics? What would you suggest?
I would make a recommendation to refer to the policy,
Okay.
which then would be able to articulate our the board's procedure for us implementing that notification.
Great. Thank you. That is number 4. Okay, if you could make that change, that would be great. And then earlier in this, and I don't have it exactly written down, there's a couple mentions to, we will let them know within a certain time. Oh, it's at the beginning of the school year. Let me see, it's probably at the very beginning. Does our sensitive topics policy demand that we let parents know 2 weeks before a sensitive topic is discussed on the secondary level?
I believe it says 14 days prior to
Okay.
instruction.
So I want to be sure that we're consistent here with this. Let me see if I can find, I apologize to those watching. This is painful, but we have so many pages and policies here.
Are you looking for when it says under parent guardian notifications and opt-out at the beginning of each school year or at the time of a student's enrollment?
I think it's page 6, top of page 6.
Or no, that's page 5. Oh, but then it is again, so on the top of page 6, it says no fewer than 14 days, but on page 5.
On the top of page 5, it doesn't specify
Middle of
14
page.
days, 2 weeks.
In the board policy, it speaks to the option and then also speaks to that they'll be notified, but it doesn't speak to the specificity of 14 days.
Could you adjust that as well? In the board policy as well as in the AR? I'm happy if you want.
In this board policy, we're going to specify that it's at least 14 days. Is that the request?
Yes, we are right now looking at the AR. Do we want to adjust the policy as well? Yes. Yes, I'm seeing nods. Let's do
Wait,
that.
So I'm confused.
So I'm not
because
on
it
that
already-
page.
it
What
already
page is that
says
on,
it's
Tiffany?
14 days.
Page 3 of the board policy, it says annually, parents, guardians shall be notified in the manner specified in the accompanying administrative regulation that they may request in writing that their child be excused from participating in comprehensive sexual health and HIV prevention education. Students so excused by their parents, guardians shall be given an alternate education activity, period. You could either reference the AR and put the 14 days in the AR, or you could add the 14 days to both. I think either would suffice for me.
Do you feel like we've made too many changes that we need to bring this one back when it's all final, or do you feel like you've?
I mean, if the board would want, we could take the changes and then we could ask staff to read them back to you. So I see Dr. McDonald, Mr. Flowers assisting Ms. Anderson.
They're nodding.
And so if that
Okay.
would be helpful with, before you take action, we could report back to you what we thought we heard.
Okay.
To make sure we have it captured correctly.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So that is on the 2 that we've discussed. And then I have one more under 9.7. It is, yes, sorry, someone else. Let's stick with this one for Trustee Sadoff. Go ahead. Okay. Is yours the AR? Okay, go ahead.
On the, just help me out understand. The last page, page 6, second bullet, says exceptions by the law requirement, blah, blah, blah. Says instructional materials, presentations, programming that discuss, et cetera. Just curious where those come up.
I apologize. Did we just switch to a
No.
different one?
We are still on 6142 sexual health, the AR.
6142.1.
I'm going to refer
AR.
to my colleague because somehow that one did not end up in my stack this evening. I
Oh,
apologize.
no
All
problem.
of the other ones I have.
Please repeat again on page 6 of the AR.
Yeah, the second, number 2.
Yes.
Instruction materials presentation discusses gender identity, gender expression, etc. Just interesting where that comes in the educational, where that comes up. Is that a health
I
topic?
know we do
or is
not
that-
reference the code there, but I will say it's referenced in a number of ed codes. One of the things in just dealing with the state audit we just went through on our comprehensive sexual education, that is in there. I know it's not identified, but I could look that up and get back to you on that.
Just trying to figure out what class that comes, I mean.
Oh, what class
Yeah,
is it
is
taught
that,
in?
is that sophomore health? Is that?
This is freshman health. Yeah, so once again, we are required to offer one time in middle school, one time in high school. The way we have done it historically here is in 7th grade science and in 9th grade health class.
Okay.
Yes, I gotcha.
And that's, I guess, so fair, and I get that, and then there's an opt-out for the sex ed component.
Yes.
This specific one is this is the non-opt-out, so it basically said, I think the first bullet is human reproductive organs that are in a textbook. I get that, you don't know what textbook that's going to be in. I'm just curious, since it's a non-opt-out, when does that come into education?
So what?
Just again, the first number 1 comes in at 5th and 6th grade, so it's about the human body, and that's talked about as part of our curriculum and videos.
Okay.
The second one doesn't come into elementary. I think that's a secondary.
It is discussed in both 7th and 9th grade.
Okay.
But in addition to that, when you talk about the opt-out, that prior to the Mahmood decision, this was the only educational material that parents were allowed to opt out of.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm wondering if on that bottom of 2, because the Mahmoud is so specific that a parent has to communicate their sincerely held religious beliefs, customs, or practices, do we want to make reference to that there? It is. Okay. Do you think it's enough if it's in the BP then?
It's in
The bottom of the AR, the
bottom of
very,
the-
very last
yeah,
line.
right, has opt-outs.
Yeah, I don't, should we put that reference there? Or
I
do
mean,
you- is it
I
fine
know
in the board policy?
the policy 6142.1 has it at the
Okay,
bottom.
perfect.
And the opt-out language was the new updated language from a
Great.
mood that really, in our district, we've complied with that by just having parents affirm. They don't,
Yes, thank you.
that is why.
Okay, thank you.
That was one of the things that was a concern to see, and so I appreciated that update there on the board policy. I know it can get confusing for those listening in. We have board policies and then administrative regulations, which is how we essentially enact the policy, right? So sometimes there might be one and the other, and we want to make sure the two link together so it covers it all. If okay, can we jump into the board policy 6142.1? So same topic, just our policy regarding it. I really, again, appreciate it. I just wanted to call out the opt-out on there. I've had multiple parents call me and ask, how does this work? How can I access it? I was able to give them a link from the website so they can understand more. So I really appreciate making that accessible to all families. I did just have a question that was highlighted for me, and I thought it was a good one. On the second page of that board policy, where it talks about general criteria for the instruction and materials, number 2 says, are medically accurate and objective. And there's just a question, who's determining that, or what's the standard? Is this the state framework, or who's determining what materials are medically accurate and objective?
I would say the challenge there is once again, going back to the committee you sat on, that is approved curriculum, that we went through and looked. One of the write-ups in the state audit that we did comply was that some of the data that we were using from the previous editions were not up to date. So in our state audit, they did say that some of that stuff was not still accurate. But I do believe that's, as we go through and we do that adoption process that we did do, that's something that we do. I don't believe the state gets involved in determining that.
It's a criteria that we need to use when we implement this program, and so that would come into play when the board adopts curriculum and when teachers provide instruction. So the ed code is just that we have to be medically accurate and objective. It doesn't specify there's not a state standard of what that is. which is where the example Mr. Flowers uses. They said, oh, your 2017 book has some out-of-date data, which would make sense given the age of that book. And that was like a finding in the audit was, but again, as you mentioned, if the state would give us all the funding we need, we could buy books every year and have everything up to date.
Yeah, I think the tricky part for it that could come into play, right, is this is instruction and materials. So we have approved curriculum, and then there's oftentimes supplemental materials that are used. And so my heartbeat behind this is to make sure that parents are just aware, that they're aware of what materials are being used in the classroom and that they have the ability and opportunity to have advance notice of that. And so, I understand that Ed Code is saying that the materials need to be medically accurate and objective. I'm not arguing that. I'm just wondering how that determination is made when, to my knowledge, I don't see anything in Ed Code that actually calls out who determines what is medically accurate and objective. So even furthermore, because of that, I just want to make sure there's a way. I know that we're inserting parent, and I so appreciate that because I had several things pinged. So I appreciate the work of the board right now. This one in specific, I just really want to make sure that if there's supplemental materials that are utilized, that parents are aware of that. And I don't know that would show up on a syllabus, or that I don't want to make more work for a teacher, but I also don't want a parent to assume something is being taught in something else. So how could we maybe give clarification, or do we feel clarification isn't needed, that you've heard the desire of the board?
I think when related to this particular topic, parent notification does go out on any comprehensive sexual health education topics taught in our schools, and parents are invited in to preview all of the topics and all of the materials that will be taught in the classrooms during this time of the year. And so I believe that does meet the intent of making sure that parents are notified and that parents are a part of what the education would look like for their child in the classroom related to this topic.
Great. Okay. Would supplemental materials that are utilized in a classroom be shared with the parent?
Would my colleagues like to speak on that?
I would say no, not always. Once again, if any parent has questions, I would recommend, just as our policy asks, that they make an appointment, they go and have that conversation. They are more than welcome to look at the material that's being used, but to directly answer your question, all supplemental materials, I'm not sure that is made available prior.
Okay. Going back then to the grades, how could we specify that so a parent knows, okay, my child's moving into 5th grade. This is probably a good time for me to have a conversation.
One of the ways I think is Ms. Anderson outlined is prior to any of this instruction occurring, parents are notified that this instruction is part of the grade. It will be occurring, and they're invited into what we call parent preview night, where they can review the curriculum, ask questions. And I think that's also where parents also can ask, are there any other materials? Is there anything else you're doing? So one is we don't rely on parents to initiate that like we do in other areas of all the curriculum. But in this case, because of this heightened sensitivity to it, we actually notify parents, invite them in, actually have an event scheduled where they can have that dialogue and ask about that. And that's, you just acknowledge that it is a more sensitive area, and then that really helps parents exercise any opt-out that they wish to do. And so we have felt over the years that has really satisfied the interest in the community based on the feedback we've received.
And Roger, that's correct. In 5th and 6th grade, all the curriculum is posted on the Human Growth and Development website, so it's a very narrow curriculum. Parents have full access to it. We sit through the videos with parents in the audience and show them and then answer questions. So it's very transparent in terms of what's being covered.
And additional supplemental resources are not utilized on top of what is published to parents and reviewed at that evening night.
So there's not additional supplementals on that topic.
Growth and development.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Okay, I have something I'd like to look on AR 6143 courses of study. The very bottom of page 6.
AR.
The AR, yes.
Yep.
So I would, you're there?
Yes.
I would like to specify that we are holding a ethnic studies one semester elective course. It is not a graduation requirement any longer. So can you add in there, the district shall offer a one semester elective course in ethnic studies, maybe a comma, no longer, or do you feel like maybe we don't need to mention it because it's no longer recommended by the state?
I think your amendment of adding the word elective in front of one semester would suffice with your interests.
Okay.
Because current legislation does have it as a graduation requirement, but it's not been triggered because no funding's been allocated by the state.
Okay. Great, thank you. And then, can you talk us through driver's ed on page 7?
I'm going to have Mr. Flowers talk you through driver's ed on number 7. I had a lot of help from my friends on these policies.
Thank you.
can see.
So yes, there is ed code out there that does require that we offer driver's ed. However, years ago, we went away from doing the actual behind the wheel. We don't offer that. And those companies out there that offer the education that goes along with that. So when you signed up, when I signed my kids up, they took that through an online with the company that did also the behind the wheel driving. But we do have curriculum available if parents do request that. But once again, it hasn't happened because we don't provide the behind the wheel test.
Right, and the driver's ed is available online.
That is true.
Yeah,
We do have
okay.
a course available online if parents were in need of that.
So can we call that out? Just, high school shall offer automotive driver education that includes, can you say online education that includes?
Right, or like, or instructional materials?
Yeah, something like that.
The broadness of this current language allows it to be online or not online, and we've, with the broadness of it has allowed us to, make the necessary pivot to online as needed, but we could end up in a space where we're gonna, get out books and go through them. So, I mean, if you wish to make that.
The way I see it is, and it gets through, if I'm reading this, so my son or my daughter is going to learn safe operation of a motorcycle, knowledge and tribute to safe operation of motor vehicles. Like, if we're not teaching it, why do we call it out?
I agree, because when it is a little misleading, and when I took health, it was health and driver's ed, but I guess that's not the case anymore.
So it is called out because it is in education
It is in ed code,
that we
right.
have this.
Can we make what we are actually offering more specific? That's what our desire is. I'm
Flowers,
fine
do you
if you
have
guys
a-
want to come back with a
Yes,
suggestion.
I mean, we can do the
That's
same
great.
as Superintendent Stock mentioned.
Perfect.
We could rewrite that and
Okay.
provide that information.
That'd be great. Thank you so much. So I think what we have done is we have pulled out of this one 5141, 6142, and 6143. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion.
Hang on, on
Yes.
the same one, just just more for my help. On Regulation 6143, courses of study, I guess it's page 4
In
at
the AR or
top.
the
AR, sorry, AR at the top. It calls number 6 mathematics. Just to validate, it just says, it says mathematic understanding, operational skills, problem solving, procedures, algebra. I know we teach more than algebra, or is that just the basic to?
That's the language in the education code.
It's still calling it algebra in the AR, in the education code. How
Because even though
interesting,
we use
because-
integrated 1, 2, 3, they're
Right.
teaching
Yeah,
algebraic
I was,
skills and
or like
functions.
algebra, comma, geometry.
This is ed code. I mean, we can always add as much as you'd like, but our attempt to work with these was to really literally open up ed code. If that's the language, we put the language in. The board is welcome to expand on that, but as in our staff work preparing this, we stuck with what was listed in ed code.
Which, if I could for just 1 minute, I did have a couple comments on that in general. I didn't want to stop us going through each policy, but I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the sensitivity and the additional time that was taken by staff to create spreadsheets like this that actually ping for us, why changes were made and directly connects them to state and federal laws and regulations that changed. And then also talks about the FPM that we were selected for, that's in the audit and being reviewed, that these changes are specifically as a result of some state and federal laws. And so that was really beneficial to me because I will say it's no surprise that, you know, and I've heard my colleagues share this at times, but I don't always agree with everything coming from the state. I don't think state always knows the needs of every local community. However, the reality is we do have ed code that we are required to follow. And so this is a delicate balance, right? With parents that may have concerns or might disagree with the state, well, there is a forum there for us to advocate for that. And I will say, you know, some of these policies are very sensitive for some of our families. And understandably, they were sensitive for me and my kids. You know, I have 2 that have graduated through Rocklin, and I have 2 more up and coming. And I sat through the videos and sat through the material and looked at it because I wanted to go home and talk with my child so I knew what was going to be presented to them before it was presented. And so I just wanted to just take a minute and say, you know, I appreciate you working with us of trying to be sensitive in some of those areas, but also just a recognition that there just may also not be agreement on all of these. You know, some of these are uncomfortable because you know, I want to know exactly what the state's intent is, but there is also a responsibility I have to balance as a trustee of making sure that we are governing our district in lines with ed code and that we are advocating where possible for changes when we think they're not in the best interest of our students. And so I just wanted to share that, trustees, because that's what took a while for me, and that was what a lot of the engagement and talking points and questions were. But I really appreciated this was beneficial. Because when somebody has a question or I have a question, you know, a lot of times there are recommendations made to us by agencies. Honestly, I'm interested in knowing what state law and federal law is. And so I appreciate you pointing me to, okay, well, that actually is state law. We may not love it, but we need to show that we recognize there is state law out there. And we may work concurrently to advocate to change state law, like we're hearing outdated language like algebra. But I just wanted to take a moment just to say that because, you know, there is a responsibility of the board to enact policies consistent with ed code. Whether we agree or love all of ed code, but we can make sure we include as many opportunities as possible for parents to engage, for parents to get information ahead of time. So any opportunity we can do that, I just support that because I think it helps our parents have better planning in advance rather than in reverse.
With all of that being said, I think what I suggest is we pull both the policy and the AR for each of those just to keep it simple. Does that work for you?
And the plan is to vote on all in one batch, and then we read back to you the changes of I'm prepared to read back to you the changes of the ones you're pulling out.
Yes, we're going to pull out 3,
Okay.
and we'll vote on those in December, and then I will call for a motion for the others.
Okay.
I
also am...
So Trustee Price, just to make sure, just so I can make sure I understand it, is that there were several policies, regulations talked about, and did you want staff to read back the changes that they recorded so that we make sure we have accuracy? And then I thought I heard that on the course of study policy in AR, that would be put aside and there would be some revision by staff and then that brought back in December. Is that... Just wanted to...
Yeah, I don't feel like there was so much content change that if we couldn't hear all of the revisions and confirm,
I'm
like,
just
why can't we
taking my
vote on them
direction
tonight?
from staff who was giving me a nod that they would like to bring it back.
Oh.
So it's it doesn't matter to
Yeah,
me. If you guys would rather go through it and make sure that you've got it, it doesn't matter to me.
I think we are ready to read back to you recommendation or the language that you discussed tonight. And then I think there was one policy where there was some additional research that could be done, and we can bring back that policy at another time. And that was in the last one that was discussed, the regulation on courses of study. My recommendation to you would be that we add in the word elective.
Yes, under
tonight
ethnic
on
studies.
that policy. And so on the bottom of the page where you were on number 14, that one would say, commencing in the 2025-26 school year, the district shall offer a 1-semester elective course in ethnic studies. I would recommend to trustees that you make that change, and we just make that change. Hearings, trustee Counter's interest in updating the language on driver's ed. We could still update that language, add this into the batch that's coming in December with just that change, but approve the rest of it tonight so that we can submit it as part of this federal program monitoring,
Okay.
if that would be okay with trustees.
Sure. So you feel like you've got everything for 5141 and 6142? Noted.
But we'd like to read those back to you to make sure we
Okay.
caught that, so
Sure.
that when you vote, we're
Okay.
accurate, and that would allow us to move forward with the FPM process on those policies and
Okay.
regulations.
So we're going to go back to the first one, I think, is Board Policy 5141.
Yes, the regulation 5141.52, suicide prevention, you asked for 2 changes. The first is on the bottom of page 3. Second to last section. Students shall be encouraged to notify a teacher, principal, counselor, designated reporter, parent is the addition, or other adult. That is the first of the 2 changes. The next page, top of the page, second section there, or designated reporter who shall implement district intervention protocols and notify parents as appropriate. Let me reread that. Or designated reporter who shall implement district intervention protocols and notify parents as appropriate.
Yes. Okay.
We could move, how about this? Or designated reporter who shall implement district intervention protocols as appropriate and notify parents. Move the and notify parents to the end so that the as appropriate is aligned to the district protocols and the parent notification is happening.
Okay, good. Thank you.
There was no changes to the policy that went with this regulation. And this is where I'm going to lean into my colleagues because my copy was stuck to another copy during your changes. So, my colleagues, please.
So on the next one, AR 6142.1, sexual health. On page 5, section 1, President Price, you wanted to add in that description to include parents.
Yes.
Also on number 4 of that same section,
Yes.
you wanted us to not strike through to hold an assembly.
Right. And do we want to add to that our sensitive topics policy? This isn't an assembly about, how to play basketball better.
Right. And then language like in accordance with the district's sensitive topics policy.
Perfect.
We also talked about in 6142.1, changing everything to match 14 days in the policy and in the AR,
Yes, thank you.
correct? And then we have courses of study. Are we good there?
I think so.
Courses of study we have done
Yep.
with the addition of elective and with the interest of knowing we also want to talk about driver's
ed.
education.
Right.
But we can approve it, the changes tonight, and then clean up the driver's ed piece and bring that back with the third batch that will come back for action in December.
I have a question about that, because I'm with adding the elective language with the driver's education. I'm not sure if I felt like I was understanding the same point that you were making, that just the language sounds as though students will be receiving that, but like we have to come back with this one, or can we just, we're not changing the content of this driver's ed, but just that it's available, not that it's instruction taking place. Is that, I guess I'm confused as to what needs to be changed with the driver's education.
I have to say I'm in agreement. When I look at that, that's all based on ed code. And once again, we do offer that course. We have it available. It is not part of the sections offered during the course of the year. But if students do come forward and ask for that, we can offer that through an online.
Do we want to add some wording, per parent request?
Like, yeah, like on an...
Just, something.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We could easily do that, yes.
Right now, it says, high schools shall offer automobile driver's education.
Which
But
we
you
don't.
can't sign up for it as a class, right? So
No.
I think just to say
So-
that.
Per
yeah,
parent request.
Yeah, per
Okay.
parent request
So
sounds good.
you are amending this to say, high schools shall offer automobile driver education per parent request.
Uh-huh.
That
includes
includes.
instruction in, right.
Right, 'cause that's all, that's
Mhm.
all that we're really concerned about
Yeah,
there,
I
right?
agree.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Just want it clear that, I think we should have an expectation, right? Someone's gonna
Yeah.
look at this, and so my daughter's gonna learn safe operation of a motorcycle?
I agree.
Okay, thank you for your patience. 1 out of 3. Here we go. I will now call for a motion to approve revised board policies and administrative regulations, BP 5131.2, BPAR 1312.3, BPAR 5141.52, BPAR 6146.6, BPAR 6174, and BPAR 5148.2, BPAR 6142.8, BPAR 6143. Is there a motion?
I believe we are missing 6142.1 in that motion.
Say it again. 61.
42.1 in your motion.
That, you're right, is not listed in my motion. But that is the policy on sexual health. So would you like me to start over? Yes, okay. Here we go. Is there a motion to approve revised board policies and administrative regulations, BP 5131.2, BPAR 1312.3, BPAR 5141.52, BPAR 6164.6, BPAR 6174, BPAR 5148.2, BPAR 6142.8, BPAR 6143, and BP 6142.1.
You got it.
First by trustee Hepp.
Second.
Second by trustee Sutherland. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Selez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, thank you. All right, 9.8, this is revised board policies and administrative regulations 6020, 5144, 5144.1.2, and 6184. Let's see here. Can you pull up AR 6020, parent involvement?
You said AR?
Pages- Yes, AR 6020. Oh, Bill, what I'm looking, or Hannah, what I'm looking for is actually where it says and family members. It's number 9 and 10, so it's actually, let me see if I can find it. I'm sorry, there's so much on here. AR 6020. I had it pulled up and then we went back.
9 and 10. I don't see that.
I don't either. Maybe it's on the board policy. Let me look really quick there.
Pull the
Sorry.
board policy.
No, that's not where it is either.
I don't see it in the policy. Not 9 and 10.
Can you do a control find on this?
What are you looking
Like,
for?
will it do, it says that we're going to let family members know.
Involve.
You guys are being really patient here.
Do you
Let's see.
recall what the
I don't.
substance of the notification was?
I don't. Let's go to, I don't see it right here off the top of my mind. Yeah, show me where that is. What page? 6?
Page 5.
Okay, regular. Are we communicating with family members about things like siblings? I just don't understand why that doesn't say parents instead of family members.
The majority of this policy governs our Title I programs. And so I think that the intent there was try to broaden that maybe students are living with extended family members. But it doesn't mean that that language needs to stay that way. The law is related to parents or guardians for notification.
Yeah, I would prefer we keep with parent and guardian.
Where is it?
So it's number 6. It's in A and B, and it's also in the bottom of C.
Wait, but it has parent/guardians.
It does.
Some of them it doesn't, so it's not consistent. So if you look at C and then 4, it's between family members and school staff.
Wait, but C says parent/guardian. You want it to also say
I'm
and
looking on
family
the top.
members?
Are you on the top of page 7?
I mean, doesn't guardian cover family members already?
Parent, guardian,
And because
sometimes.
and we wouldn't necessarily communicate with family members who aren't listed as guardians, right?
Yeah, right.
The rationale here is that the name of the policy we're required to have for Title I is the Parent and Family Engagement Policy. And so you see the word "and family" throughout, even in existing language in this policy, because it is the Parent and Family Engagement Policy intended to say at our Title I schools, we believe that the engagement of parents in their children's education will increase students' academic achievement. And so that's the way of saying we welcome parents to come in and partner. And so we need to engage in many parent and family engagement activities where we have the children and parents working together in STEAM nights or literacy nights. That's the intent of the language.
So then why don't we just add family members to C and just add, because that, I mean, that makes sense, and especially when we're talking about Title I schools, like I know that they're often, even if they're not a guardian, like now that you're talking that through with me, you may have grandparents or other family members that are involved and that are coming to help on campus, or, you know, like I'm thinking about like the Watch Pogs, those kind of things, or they're bringing their kids to Harvest Festival, their grandkids. So that makes sense to me in that regard when we're talking about Title I. Maybe we would just expand rather than take out.
Just to clarify, when you were just saying family engagement, it sounded like parent, guardians, and student makes up family. Are you, when you're saying family engagement, that's how I understood the requirement from the state, but is there another requirement that we are to discuss things with, you know, siblings, aunts, uncles, grandparents? When you're saying family, are you meaning parent and student making a family, or are you meaning grandparents, aunts, uncles?
I think the intent of using the word family is to not be limiting. When we're discussing anything, we do that with the education rights holder of a student, whether that is their parent, their guardian, their resource parent, their grandparent. Whoever holds education rights for a child is the one who has a right to hear information regarding that child.
Maybe we better clarify that then, because if an aunt isn't listed as their educational holder, right? Say what did you call the person again?
The education rights holder for a
Right.
student. And we would have legal documentation if a parent, or if the court had designated another, this is not in this policy, if a court had designated another person the education rights holder, we would have that from the court and would have that on file and would only disclose information regarding education to that person.
Like
So it
foster
seemed
youth
like
is a
it
great
should
example of that other educational rights holder. For a foster youth, that might be their CASA, or it might be
Right.
their foster parent. Yeah, I think this intent of when this was not to exclude parents and guardians, but was to broaden it you know, as Ms. Anderson said, you may have a family math night, and maybe the grandparent who lives with the kid as well is included. So, well, I don't think it was intended to negate the parent guardian. But if the board has a specific interest in the alignment of this to be consistent, we can absolutely do that.
I would like to see it be consistent. I appreciate that you want it to be helpful and inclusive. Regardless of who we'd like to talk to about, we can only talk to the person that has those educational rights anyways. So I think parent and guardian is the right way to go. It's listed several times throughout. There's just a few times when family members are added.
Well, I guess, but this is really specifically talking about, it's not talking about, like, say, their educational records or their course of study. It's talking about involved parents and guardians in the activities of schools. So this is all about activities involvement, right? Like, I remember, you know, like with going through Parker Whitney stuff when it was Title I, and they have these extra forms that talk about the family involvement. So I hear your point in certain situations, but in this one, it doesn't sound like we're talking about like official records. We're talking about bringing in supportive adults in the child's life to be involved.
Which would include all types of school events. So for example, the Harvest Festival, that is the intent of this policy, is really to be welcoming of a child's family into school events. And the intent of this district level policy is really one of those additional layers in the law that says we need to have a district level policy, and then all schools actually have to have a parent and family engagement policy that are Title I schools, and all Title I schools have to have a parent family compact that says how parents and families will engage at the school, and those all happen at the school site council level. So this is really just about parent engagement at our Title I schools being inclusive of a child's family.
Ms. Anderson, if we were to remove the words family engagement to just list parent guardian, would we pass the federal program monitoring review for this area? Like, do we have an option to do that and still pass the review, or is the requirement that we have those specific words?
There would likely be two places in this policy we need to have those words when it's referencing the particular parent and family engagement policy, but otherwise we can strike and family from the majority of this policy.
Okay, let's do that so we're compliant.
What about, I mean, I guess, is this one that we're going to have come back to us? Because then my concern would be if we remove it from certain areas. So like, for example, analyze parent, guardian, and family participation to determine the level of participation by traditionally underrepresented groups. That tells me that if we remove family from that, we may actually not be getting an accurate representation of what that child's group or what that underrepresented group is actually contributing to the school, because now we're saying it's only parent guardian. So that's the concern, I guess.
I would feel comfortable trusting Hannah to look through where it's mentioned to make it consistent and where it needs to be mentioned to include family. Do you feel confident with that? Comfortable with that?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I guess I'm just a little confused, but I think that sounds fine as long as it's still going to meet expectations.
And just to be clear, if a family member who is not the biological parent has the educational rights, then they would fall into the category of parent / guardian, correct? So we would still receive that data because they would still fall under that.
Correct. To the analytics of an event, for example, where we were analyzing who was coming to the event, in the case of it removing and family, you wouldn't be able to count any other family members who came. So maybe you're trying to increase your parent and family engagement. You would only be able to count the parents and the guardians who were at an event. I will also tell you, this is not a regularly occurring thing that we are tallying up the number of people coming to a harvest festival and then trying to, we are saying we want parents, guardians, family members to come to our harvest festivals. and engage with the school, or to come to the book fair, or to come to the school site council meeting, or the Title I meeting, or the literacy night. We're not, there's very few times where school events are going on like that where you would exclude other family participants. So I don't think it hurts us to leave it or remove it. And I hear the interest of trustees to remove it except where it would be, except where it would cause issues with related to the federal program monitoring and the Title I related laws.
Yes. Yeah, I just think I don't think anybody's trying to keep family members from coming to fall harvest festivals. I don't think that's an intent in any way. I mean, to be point blank, there was recent legislation, AB 495, that did cause quite a bit of concern in our local community. And it's been clear that there is documentation that is needed to ensure individuals have educational rights for students. So I think that's what, just trying to be clear that a parent or the individual who holds the educational rights, they are the ones that really should be having the educational conversations regarding their child. I think that's the intent I'm looking for.
One more for me, last one on this one, bottom of page 10, number 4. Tell me when you're there and I'll.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, I would like to scratch the word equal. Train teachers, administrators, support personnel, and other staff to communicate effectively with parents and guardians as partners. The bottom of page 10, number 4. So if you scroll.
It is the second to last page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the second line of number 4.
Anything on this policy? Okay.
Why was equal partners added? Why, like, I guess, I understand equal partners as a phrase, but I think there is a need for teachers and school staff and parents and guardians to come together to be on the same page with messaging and expectations. I think that that's something that seems to be on a decline. So maybe equal partners isn't the exact terminology we want, but I think if we just take that away and put period, it kind of removes just as partners.
Yeah, we just want people to come together as partners and do what's best for kids.
It's like yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess common goal is more of what's on the same page.
That's why I think if we just leave it as partners, it will be clear with the intent.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody else have anything on this one? Okay, does anybody else have any on 9.8? Just any of these policies that are under 9.8? Yeah. I think this one about discipline is really hard. I'm just, you know, I think that I hear some of our staff saying we've got kids, and when we have disciplinary issues, I want our teachers to feel supported. And unfortunately, we've had some California law changes that we just don't have control over. So it's just a hard one for me. I didn't realize that we couldn't take away kids' recesses. When I was a kid, that was such a big deal, and so kids would just snap right into place because they wanted to go to recess. And so that's just a small example. I wish, I mean, if you feel like we have any leeway in this, I just want our teachers to feel like we are supported in our discipline, and that is a concern that I hear. Yeah. Is there anything in here that you feel like we could move on? Do you feel like we've got it where we want it? What's your thought?
I think we need to include the updated laws in our policies.
For sure.
However, I do want to specify, I actually think that these policies become very clear on what we can and what we can't do, and I think provide a clear roadmap about what are offenses that we can take action on. And in reviewing all of these, actually brought them to our education leadership teams and had conversations with principals about what that clear roadmap is, and those conversations are ongoing. So I think it's helping provide clarity. I also want to specify that we do have the option to remove recess if a student is a risk, a safety risk to other students. Okay. And so I think putting these elements in policy and in the regulation have allowed us to get really clear about what we still can do and what options we do have to make sure that all of our students are safe on our campuses.
Okay, great. That helps. If you look at that first page of BP 5144, the second paragraph in red, so it's like the third from the bottom, disciplinary measures that may result in loss of instruction time or cause students to be disengaged from school, such as detention, suspension, and expulsion, shall be imposed only when required or permitted by law, or when other means of correction have been documented to have failed. So my concern with this one is, so if a student brings a knife to school, and okay, but we haven't done these things beforehand, is this specific enough?
It's covered in the AR. So there is a list of exceptions. Yeah, because I read that and initially had that.
Perfect.
Correct. There are some where we can take immediate action without trying alternative measures. And you are correct. The administrative regulation does get a lot more specific on which
Great.
those are.
I didn't have any changes for that one. I just wanted to specify and to let our teachers know, feel your pain.
And trustees, I will tell you another, besides the recess, another recent change in the last several years has been that in grades K-8, or TK-8, we cannot suspend students for, willful defiance, which is that, like, I told you to do something and you said no. If there's specific offenses, like violence, bringing a knife, we can. But that idea that, willful defiance, so that is also, where that was once common and now is not allowed.
That particular offense code can become part of a student's disciplinary action. So, and this actually is part of the discipline process all the way through 12th grade now, is to make sure that we are, if a student is being disruptive or defiance, there is also a separate incident code that would be part of their disciplinary action. And so we aren't overly excluding certain groups of students from classroom environments because their behavior is deemed to be disruptive or defiant. And so it pushes us as educators into making sure there are other suspendable or other offenses that were happening that would warrant a disciplinary measure.
Thank you for that clarification. Does anyone else have any policies they want to discuss on this 9.8?
On the AR for 5144, just like, so on page 2, at the end of the first paragraph, it says disciplinary strategies may include, but are not limited to those included in Ed Code 48900.5, such as, but then in this list, like there are some interventions that aren't necessarily disciplinary. So I don't know, like, for example, being referred for psychosocial or psychoeducational assessment or a positive behavior support approach. Like, I wouldn't consider some of those disciplinary, right?
So I think this uses the term discipline to mean to teach, right? And so, and not just that discipline is
like a
punishment and consequential, but that we actually might be supporting a student's discipline through preventative measures or other teaching-related measures.
Even kind of like diversion, if you will. So we're gonna divert you to receive additional support, whether like say counseling or other types of things because of the behavior, so we can not have it reoccur. So it allows for that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's just I guess it seems a little. Because then you have like detention in the same list as PBIS.
You could remove from that. You could say instead of disciplinary strategies, you could just remove the word disciplinary and you could put strategies may include, if that.
Or responses, like, so it is, I don't, yeah.
But we'd have to change the whole paragraph too.
Mm-hmm.
And Michelle, I agree. It's interesting because there's different things in here, and I think it really does reflect what you're hearing from Superintendent Stock about the shift in the state law towards restorative practices over what we would call disciplinary actions, right? So we're seeing a mix of those in here, and the disciplinary actions themselves are pretty restrictive in terms of the use of them. But I like the responses piece.
Okay, yeah, because I feel like for a parent to read that, it could cause some, yeah.
Would it make sense to just call the section strategies and then instead of saying staff shall use disciplinary strategies, just say staff shall use strategies?
The piece that I appreciate about the word strategies is that it doesn't sound like we're only responding.
Proactive as well.
Right. Do we feel comfortable saying instead of disciplinary strategies, just naming the section strategies?
Sure. Sure.
And then wherever disciplinary shows up in that paragraph, we would remove?
Yeah.
Which is twice.
Twice. Yep.
Anyone else on any of the policies in 9.8?
I got just more of a clarification. So same one, so 5144.1 regulation. The third page, this just help me out. I think it's number 15. Why do we call out SOMA? Carisoprodol, or it's meprobamate. I'm just curious why the regulation only says one specific medication, because there's plenty of things that I would want to. Number
I wasn't
15,
following you.
page
There were
3,
page
AR
15.
5144.1, page 3 at the very top, at least in my page, number 15, says unlawfully ordered, arranged to sell, negotiate, sell, or prescription drug SOMA. I just don't know why we're. It's just amazing that of all the medications, speaking to the drug testing guy, why we call that one out.
Education code.
In code.
It's in the code. There must, I mean, this was updated recently. There was a law where there was a lot of concern around SOMA, and so the legislature, in its wisdom, passed this into Ed code and specified this.
Okay. Just
They don't
amazing
always
that
take things
of all
out,
the
they put in.
things, you call that out, so thank you for the information.
I have a question about in the suspension, the AR 5144.1. So in number 17, and I've read it a few times to try to see, and maybe this ties into our, forgive me for not remembering exactly what it's called, but the responsible usage of online.
Educational
So
rights
with
holder.
this, bullying also includes an act of cybersexual bullying by a student, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't say anything specifically about like an AI rendering, which is not really a photograph or recording of a person, but it is digitally created to look like them. And I do feel like that's something that we see come up in the news, and we see even locally that that's been an issue, and I just want to make sure that we are addressing that. And if not there, I don't know if any of you recall if it was.
So where it says, or sexually explicit photograph or other visual rendering.
Recording. But, right.
I think we should add the AI rendering.
Yes,
Right,
we can
okay.
do that. I was just, the next page does list a number of different electronic acts, and I was just wanting to look there very quickly to make sure it wasn't listed for you.
It doesn't look like
but
it is. It's more of like a fake profile of a person.
Yes, that's the one I was looking at too. So we could add that in to the initial paragraph.
That probably is an example of where our state is behind. Because, I mean, we have an AI policy from CSBA. This really should be part of it, so good catch.
Michelle, sorry, can you just clarify one more time? You're talking about specifically AI-generated images? Is that the language? Okay, thank you.
Do you have a place in that you're looking at that being included?
I think that is exactly where.
Mm-hmm.
Like a sexually explicit photograph, comma, other visual recording of an identifiable minor, comma, AI, including AI-generated images.
Okay.
And then continue with the rest.
Okay.
Anyone else?
There was another.
I know,
I
it's
know.
so hard.
Let me see if I can find it. Is it? Maybe you guys can tell me. There was one of these.
In the suicide one is? Or in
Oh,
the-
you know what? I wonder if it's actually in the next item. It may be. Oh, right. No, we're done after this, right?
No, this
So
is
there
9.8. We
is
still
the
have
No,
9.9.
it's not the info. Okay, so maybe it was in the info because I'm not seeing it and I thought I was
Okay.
losing my mind.
I'm going to call for a motion to approve 9.8, revised board policies and administrative regulation, BPAR 6020, BPAR 5144, BPAR 5144.1, AR 5144.2, and BPAR 6184. With the changes that we mentioned. Did I miss that? And AR 6184.
Yes.
No, you should have said BP.
Is there a motion to approve those?
So moved.
First by trustee Hupp.
Second.
Second by trustee Sutherland. Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Nikki Telez,
Yes.
Tiffany Sadoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Michelle Sutherland,
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
know that was a ton, but we got through them.
you.
That's a good thing.
You were so knowledgeable on
Yeah,
all
we
of it.
appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Hannah, seriously, as I was going
And
through
you knew who
those,
to
I was so impressed by all the work that you had done. So much work. I know there is countless hours that you put into this, and we greatly appreciate your work.
Thank you very much, and I will say that on these batches, this was a team
Collaborated.
effort.
Thank
So
you.
all of us have had the opportunity to play.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 information items. Marty Flowers, Associate Superintendent of Secondary Education, will now join us with information on Rocklin Unified School District e-bike, e-scooter use.
Good evening, President Price, Trustee, Superintendent Stock. Before I get started, I want to just call out our good friend Chief Rustin Banks is here to join us tonight. I'm here to present my first of 2 information items, this first one being on electric scooters and bike update. You're going to recognize a lot of this because, as you may recall, on September 17th, Chief Banks was here to do a presentation about e-bikes throughout. He discussed the types of e-bikes, a little background, response, and enforcement, and then provided data as far as incidents that have occurred here in Rocklin. In addition to that, at the direction of the board, we did create a subcommittee made up of myself, Principal Jay Holmes from Granite Oaks, Principal Lori from Sunset Ranch, Kircher, thank you very much. And then we did look at some options that we'll present here tonight, and we also looked at an implementation plan and enforcement strategies, and then I'll go over next steps. With that, Chief Banks talked about the type of bikes we have here in California. We have Class 1, which is pedal assisted, no throttle, goes approximately 20 miles an hour, max speed. Class 2 does have a throttle, no pedal is required of this, has a max speed of 20. However, it's very easy to go online, and you can modify that to go much faster. Also, Class 3, you can see an asterisk there. It's a pedal assist only, no throttle, max speed of 28 miles an hour. However, state law already requires Class 3 riders to be over the age of 16 with helmets for all ages. And then we'll talk a little bit about e-scooters and e-motorcycles. So, with that, I'll continue on with a little background. Assembly Bill 1909 in 2022 prevent California cities from enacting more restrictive e-bike ordinances, and that's what Chief Banks really talked about that. Also, a little background, they're very convenient. I think Chief Banks said himself, as a 12-year-old, he would have loved to ride one of these things around town. They're affordable, ease of use, and really has driven up the rapid growth across Placer County. In planning for this presentation, Dr. McDonald and myself did a little research, and on any given day in Rocklin Unified, we have approximately 50 to 75 e-scooters and 200 to 225 e-bikes stored on campuses per day, and that does include our high school campuses as well. Concerns that Chief Banks talked about was students riding on sidewalks, riding against traffic, speeding, bike versus pedestrian collisions, bike versus motorized vehicle collisions, and then, as I already mentioned, the ability for unauthorized modifications to make these e-bikes go faster. Response and enforcement, again, shout out for the collaboration we have. We worked with them as far as creating school assemblies, and they came out, I believe last year they did 8 total school assemblies. They worked together, provided videos, they've done flyers. As far as enforcement, they've gone out to try to do direct enforcement. Juveniles were rewarded for positive behavior. I believe they received a coupon for a free donut, or they were cited. Parents were issued some citations, and in some cases, e-bikes were even towed. Data presented, 88% of bicycle collisions were caused by the cyclist. 68% of the bicycle collisions involved a cyclist on an e-bike, and then 55% of the collisions were caused by the cyclist riding on the wrong side of the road. Once again, at the direction, a subcommittee did get together, and we looked at 3 different options. Option 1 was to maintain status quo, just basically continuing to try to educate and enforce without placing any new restrictions. For each of these options, we went over some pros and cons. I'll just read a couple of them. This first one doesn't require any additional administrative burden on schools. Some of the cons, it fails to address the increase in collisions and risky behavior that many of us have seen by youth. Officers remain limited on what they could do in regards of that. Option 2, a restriction on Class 2 e-bikes at the elementary and middle schools. And I'm not going to read all of this summary. However, this option would prohibit students in grades kinder through 8th grade from storing and operating Class 2 e-bikes, which are the ones that are throttle powered to and from school, and really push out information about only Class 1 bikes will be acceptable. These are the ones with a pedal assistant and can only go up to 20 miles an hour. These would be permitted. In addition to restricting Class 2 e-bikes through a Rocklin Unified policy, this approach would reinforce existing limitations outlined in California Vehicle Code. Class 3 e-bikes, which can reach up speeds of 28 plus miles an hour, are illegal for riders of age 16. In addition to that, what is in law right now are the e-scooters. Once again, with California Vehicle Code 21235, requires riders to be at least 16 years of age and wearing a helmet. I will say that I've seen numerous times, I live near Parker Whitney, students going down the hill towards the Starbucks that's there. Many times I see that with more than one person on an e-scooter, no helmet, and sometimes even without shoes on. And it's just scary to see them going down at a high rate of speed.
Have you seen that they wear a hood so you can't tell that they're not wearing their helmet?
That's true. The hoodies are there too, yes. But because of this, once again, this automatically disqualifies those students from being allowed to ride these. In addition to that, the policy would also simplify enforcement. And instead of trying to chase these kids down, working in collaboration with our school resource officer, identify and address these violations as the kids pull up to the school to ensure both safety for the students and also the drivers out there. By coupling district rules with state law, this policy would create a consistent, enforceable standard. We will make it very clear that families and students would only be allowed to store and operate Class 1 e-bikes on our campuses. Once again, going over those pros for restricting Class 2 e-bikes, targets the most misused and dangerous type of e-bike, still allows for that Class 1 option. Some of the cons is this could be a change for some of our students and families on transportation to and from school, and it may result in some confusion or disputes over e-bike types. The third option that was discussed is to ban all type of e-transportation for elementary and middle schools. This option would ban all electrical transportation for students in grades K through 8, including Class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes, e-scooters, and e-motorcycles. By removing all electric options, the policy simplifies enforcement and eliminates confusion over vehicle types or age restrictions. And then dropping all the way down, while this may impact families who rely on e-transportation, it prioritizes student safety and eliminates the most common source of high-speed incidents. This message would be clear: no electric transportation would be allowed to be operated or stored on any of our campuses for our students in K-8. The pros and cons there: it's easiest to enforce with no need to classify what type of bike. It maximizes student safety. Some of the cons, once again, it may cause an inconvenience for families who rely on e-transportation, and it may be seen as being overly restrictive for the responsible older students. I will say, personally, on occasion, I do see a student with a helmet going under the speed limit, but multiple times, especially as I go out to schools and going down Thunder Hill, the e-bikes will be going faster than I am. So, with that, we did talk about an implementation plan and enforcement strategy, and Chief Banks talked about this as well. Really want to educate. This is not about suspending kids from school or punishing kids. This is about providing a safe way to get to and from school. So we would include an education and grace period, and we'd work with Communication Chief Sandeep to inform parents immediately, let them know. We really want to try to get this information out there prior to the holidays. We'd enforce a warning stage throughout January, and then any actual enforcement wouldn't start until February 2nd. So it would even give time when they get back from Christmas vacation to remind them what's going on. If that still didn't work, then we could work at the school sites with continuing to have those warnings and discussions, call home to remind parents. If we had to look at detention, referral, hold a parent meeting and really explain why we are doing this. Again, we are not saying that you're not allowed to ride that. We're just saying that you're not allowed to operate it on school campus or store it on our campus because we're concerned about that safe path to school. And then again, just continue with our ongoing collaboration with Rocklin Police Department with the support of the school resource officers. Next steps, if options 2 or 3 are selected by trustees, propose new school board policy and administrative regulations, 5142.2, Safe Route to School Program. We would present this at the December 10th meeting as an action item. And then if approved in December, work with our communications department in collaboration with Rocklin PD to help educate all RUSD elementary and middle school parents on this policy, and then continue to work closely with Rocklin PD to provide those school assemblies at all elementary and middle schools, and once again, for the safety of our kids to and from school. That concludes my presentation, but I'm available, and as is Chief Banks. He's been drinking coffee in the back room for a while, but
I think we should make him
answer
come
any
up,
questions
so,
you may have.
yeah. So we can make sure he's awake. No, I'm just kidding. So you feel like it was worth your while. Thank you for coming. We so appreciate our partnership with you. Do any of my colleagues have any comments or questions?
I did reach out to Chief Banks to ask a couple of questions and figured it might be beneficial to just reiterate that here. So one of my questions was, when we originally heard about it and saw some of the numbers with the e-bikes, it wasn't broken down by type of class of e-bike, right? So I wanted to ask him if he felt, because this option 2 sounds like a reasonable option that still provides some flexibility, but was his opinion that keeping class 1 as an option would be effective at helping to mitigate this problem? And I guess I'll let you do that.
Yes, good evening. President Price, trustees, Superintendent Stock, Chief Banks, and thank you just once again for having me here tonight. The fact that you have the courage to have this conversation and address with the police department this issue really just in my mind speaks to that and reinforces the importance that you have on student safety. So thank you. And congratulations on a much more efficient presentation than I had last time. I'm pretty sure I was here for about an hour and you went through it all. So thank you, Mr. Flowers. So to answer your question, I do think the class 2s are the biggest challenge for us. They're the ones that we're seeing doing donuts and the wheelies and some of the other unsafe behavior. And so I think that we're trying to be reasonable throughout this entire process, and I'm certainly not against all e-transportation, but the challenge right now is that 11 to 15-year-old group with Class 2s, and so if that was the direction that the board wanted to go, I think that could be a big step in helping to safeguard the community.
Thank you. And the second question that I had asked was, based on some of the discussion from last time, is with this option 2, the enforceability of it with the partnership of the district and Rocklin PD, and whether that seemed to be feasible.
We do believe that it is, and it's something that, like I said, our school resource officers would be working side by side, and we'd be able to, contact our young e-bikers as they pull onto school, and we should be able to immediately kind of differentiate between the different e-bikes and start with education and work through the process as described by Mr. Flowers. So,
I guess I'll summarize what I know most of those kids will say is, no, it's not me, that's not right, you're inaccurate. Is it easily discernible?
Yeah.
Like
So,
it's not, that's not how I see it type thing conversation?
So I had a thought on that of
Yeah.
implementation if we went that route. First, thank you. As I said before, we have RPD, our trusted partners in safety, coming to us sharing a concern, right? And so I appreciate the dialogue and opportunity to try to find a solution. I met with actually a few parents that sit also on school site councils, and they gave some really good possible implementation ideas, because that was one of my thoughts was, okay, wait, how are we really going to discern and who's doing that and who's going, okay, does that look like a Class 1 or Class 2? And so just wanted to throw them out there because I thought these were great ideas from the parents. One was similar to how we do like a high school car permit at the beginning of the year. Could there be like a registration as part of just your, because these are typically, it's sounding like middle school is the concern we're having that I heard at the last presentation. Is that correct? And so, when students get their student ID, they can register their bike. And that's where it's, they get a sticker that shows this is a Class 1, or, that it meets the requirement. And then it's not an argument over what you can or can't ride around town. It's more only Class 1s that are registered with that sticker can be parked on our campus. I feel like that was a really reasonable request they had that doesn't add a whole lot of intensive labor to my knowledge, but I told them, let me bring it to the powers that be and see what they think. Do you see that maybe being reasonable? Or you could even think about it and then get back to us, but I wanted to throw that out there.
certainly, and we can have those discussions. Again, the city doesn't have the ability to do any sort of permit program or anything like that, but we can certainly work with the school district on something like that. We want this to be very upfront. And we want to give the parents and the students clear expectations. And so if there's some sort of sticker program or permit program, I mean, we can certainly look into that.
I'm not looking at creating a high cost. I want to make that clear. But I'm trying to prevent if we go this route, the continually daily or weekly experience on campuses of, oh, I didn't know, or oh, this is a Class 1, it's not a Class 2, I didn't. Whereas that's kind of handled on that, at the beginning of the year, and then obviously when new students come, that can just be part of the onboarding. So just something to think about. Maybe staff can mull that over. Feel free to tell me later if it's a horrible idea. But I think that was one of my hiccups, is I don't want to create an unnecessary burden for staff having to stand out there and check, well, let me see, did you change the throttle? But at least this way, it's essentially been approved to store on campus.
We could definitely look into that. Once again, in doing research for this presentation, down in San Diego, they have a number of programs that schools are trying to do, similar to what we're doing here. And as you mentioned, every student has a student ID card. In high schools, we do parking permits. So that's something that it could cause a little bit more work, but I think it's worth it to provide a safe environment for our students. So that's definitely something I can look into and provide additional information at a later time.
Great. Okay, and I saw some language of policy language. I appreciated that we're also focusing on highlighting safe options and that there are options, and we are encouraging other modes of transportation. I think the last thing we all want is to create unnecessary car congestion and unsafe, I don't want to create another unsafe situation, right? So I still think finding ways to encourage, option 2 seems a little more reasonable than option 3 from what I'm hearing in the community. And so just a thought with that, if we go that route, I know I brought it up last time, but just to be clear, I do think it would be good to make sure this is ran by our attorney, that I know that state law prevents city ordinances from limiting the use of bikes. It sounds like we are not trying to limit the use of this as a transportation. We are simply discussing storage on our campuses. But if we could just to make sure that we dot every I and cross every T there, that we're not unknowingly, charting, into uncharted waters, that's going to get us in trouble.
Definitely.
Perfect.
Look into that.
Yeah, we will have our attorney look at the exact language prior to bringing it in December 10th if there's any direction given.
Perfect. And then the final idea they had that I thought was a good one too, and it's kind of already happening. So I was like, okay, wait, I thought we were already doing this, but when they extrapolated a little more, it made sense. So I just want to throw it out there. It really appears that a lot of the unsafe behavior is like right as school is letting out. You have all these cars coming. There was a group of parents that actually told me they wait 15 to 20 minutes and tell their kids, sit on campus. Once everything settles down, then I will come get you. I mean, that's a little disheartening and sad, right? And so the thought was, I think at Granite Oaks, they were already trying to encourage kids, walk your mode of transportation to the stoplight. And that's slightly successful, but then I hear like as soon as it's like they're a few feet away, then it's like having to yell out, get to the stoplight. So what if there was safety zones, painted yellow, or you have yellow, I don't know, they were throwing out like pop-up signs or something that just increases the like campus transportation safety zone area, and that we have a policy that just says in the yellow, and I'm just throwing out the idea, you can definitely come back with whether it's practical or not. But in the yellow marked safety zones, it is required that, alternate modes of transportation are walked. That way, it's not just on campus, but it's also that exterior, the sidewalks. I know there was some conversation, people were like, well, make them go on the street. I don't know that I want to push a bunch of 12-year-olds onto the street. I don't know that that's a safer route either. So increasing maybe some identified safety zones, and then it's easier to say, hey, we ask or we even require that in these yellow safety zones, you're walking your bike and then you ride it once you've gotten out of that area. Just a thought.
I feel like that's something like that could easily be incorporated into the AR safe routes to school in point number 4.
Be happy to add that. Yes, we could do that. And once again, while on school grounds, we do have the right to explain and have expectations on how students behave. So I'd be happy to add that into that AR.
Can we increase like transportation safety zones like onto the exterior sidewalks, or does that?
That's some shady area there. Once you get on the public sidewalk, then not necessarily, we don't necessarily have those rights to increase that. For that example at Granite Oaks, by all means, we could do that and ask kids to walk their bike out to that corner, to walk their bike across that. From that point on, I'm not sure we have the ability to add.
I'm just wondering, we have the 2 powers that be to create a safety pilot in our city for our schools. So just throwing it out there.
But even like signs, right, that could be posted at those ends, because all the campuses are a little different. It might have to look different.
So, again, more of a, background question. Our neighboring areas, since I'm sure you've chatted with them, the Rosevilles, the Loomises, et cetera, how are they? They have any ideas, insights, good, bads, pros, cons? Or are we the first one through this wall?
As far as the school district, to my knowledge, there are some that have taken some measures down in Southern California. I don't know anyone around here that has done anything like this. Again, this is really kind of modeling after what's going on in Marin County, where they've been able to get a pilot program and an exemption from the omnibus bicycle law so that they can do exactly what option 2 does, which is 11 to 15-year-olds on class 2 e-bikes. And so I'm not aware of a local school district doing anything like this. I'd be curious to see if this does move through, what that looks like in the area. Because like I said, I'm sure that you guys are hearing a lot of the feedback from the community like I am. And so also in the upcoming year, I imagine that there will be continual efforts at the state level to maybe make some changes to the law, but I don't know that we want to rely on that just from a timing perspective.
Trustee Counter, in my conversations with superintendents in Placer County, there's a lot of education that's been done in messaging to families, but as far as a district-wide ban on storage and operation in elementary and middle schools, I believe we would be the first to do that. There may be a school here and there, but not a district policy.
Just for clarification, is the Marin pilot city ordinance or is it a school district?
No, it's for the entire county, so the local municipalities,
So they did the whole
municipalities in this county have the ability to bring forth ordinances.
Because they got the waiver through the state. Okay.
Do you feel like you have enough information to come back with us with an action item? Would you like us to narrow it down to an option? What would be the most helpful?
In option, if the board were to give direction to bring a specific option back, we could make sure that we prepare the item with that. It also would give us the opportunity to share with the community that the board's directed us to bring this option back for action, and given the holiday shopping season is upon us.
It's next week.
Yes, it is. It would allow families that may be thinking of purchasing a Class 2 e-bike that they would know that there is a strong likelihood that those may not be allowed on our campuses. So if the board were to give us direction, bring back this option, we would do that, prepare the policy as such, and then we could also communicate with families as early as this week around where the board's headed.
Okay, good. Before Black Friday would be good.
I am leaning towards option 2. Does anybody else have a different
I am
way that
as
they're
well.
leaning? Okay. When we talk about communication with our families, your Facebook and social media has a big presence and a lot of opinions about this. I think that would be an important place also if you guys would partner with us on the Facebook. That would be super helpful.
Yeah, we plan to partner very closely on social media posts. Message to families will be a joint communications as well as our media partners.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Truly, it's not lost on me that this is it really is it's a show of courage and leadership, and I just want to thank you guys for partnering with us throughout this process. So,
thank you.
Thank you. It's a priority of ours, and so I'm glad you feel that. Marty, would you please continue with your presentation on the district cell phone update?
I apologize as I am pulling this up. My watch is telling me it's my bedtime. So, with that, additionally, and I cannot recall at this time whether this was at the beginning of this school year or last year, but I do know that we were told to provide an update on cell phone usage throughout the district. So with that, President Price, Trustee, Superintendent Stock, here's item number 2 under information, cell phone update. Quick overview of growing concerns on the national level, current research, legislation, current board policy 5131, mandatory exemptions as required by the new Assembly Bill 3216, our current practices by grade level, an update from school sites at all 3 levels, and then talk about a possible parent education series, and then next steps. With that, once again, these are concerns at the national level. We do have policies in place here in Rocklin, so they don't necessarily apply here, but from a national level, as we've read before, increase in student distraction, decrease in academic focus, rising reports of classroom disruptions. Social media continues to be a problem, contributes to anxiety, cyberbullying, and negative impacts on mental health and peer relationships. Teachers report significant instructional time lost trying to manage cell phone issues. And then the national trends show decline in student engagement and attention spans correlated with constant mobile device access. Current research, the U.S. Surgeon General in 2023 issued an advisory citing profound risk of social media to youth mental health. A Pew Research study found 95% of teens have access to a smartphone. 46 report being online almost constantly. And I think we've all seen students like literally walking across the street, looking down, not even paying attention. And we see that as schools get out at the secondary level, kids are addicted to this thing. Additional studies from the American Psychological Association indicate limiting daily social media use to less than 1 hour improves adolescent well-being, and sleep quality. And then districts across California report improved student behavior and academic engagement. Legislation context here, Assembly Bill 3216 was passed last year, which amended Assembly Bill 272 passed in 2019, shifting from a permissive to mandatory requirements for local educational agencies to establish a cell phone policy. The state of California now mandates that all school districts adopt and enforce policy restricting and prohibiting cell phones no later than July 1st of 2026. The mandatory exemptions found in Assembly Bill 3216, we actually have one of them in our current policy. However, there's 4 circumstances in which we cannot prohibit students from possessing. In case of emergency or response to a perceived threat, when a teacher or administrator grants permission, when a licensed physician or surgeon determines that the possession or use of a smartphone is necessary. We have students that are diabetic and following their insulin, and then possession or use of a smartphone as required by a student's IEP. Our current board policy, this is a much abbreviated version of this. Board of Trustees believes that all students have the right to be educated in a safe and positive learning environment free from disruptions. It goes on to state that the superintendent or designee shall ensure that each school develops standards of conduct and discipline consistent with board policies and administrative regulations. It goes on to list and include 13 different items. Number 9 in that list is the use of a cell phone, smartwatch, pager, or other mobile communication device during instructional time or in an unauthorized manner in violation of district policy. Our current policy goes on and specifically talks about possession and use of cell phones. And once again, it talks there, one of the exemptions that I discussed earlier, no student shall be prohibited from possessing this if determined by a licensed physician or surgeon. Students may possess or use, provided that such devices do not disrupt educational programs and are not illegal or used in unethical activities. Then it finishes off, if a disruption occurs, a school employee shall direct the student to turn off the device and or shall confiscate it. And once again, that's out of our student handbooks that we have in our current board policy. Our current practice by grade level, I'm going to simplify this for time. Really, our elementary's bell to bell, and they do a great job. I'll talk about this with their positive behavior intervention supports. They teach these expectations, and it's just not a problem. Our middle schools differ a little bit. Springview actually follows the elementary bell-to-bell rule. However, Granite Oaks follows the high school rule. In our high school, students at Rocklin and Whitney are required to place their cell phones in a designated wall pocket upon entering each classroom. And I believe Rocklin started this 4 years ago, and Whitney started it the following year. And I've talked to teachers, and they say, actually, this is a great opportunity, because teachers just stand there at the door and, hello, how are you? And the kids just put it in there. And even in talking to some kids, it kind of relieved their stress. We've all had those cell phones, and it either buzzes and goes off, and, kids want to know, who's contacting me? What are they saying? By having that in the wall, it relieves some of that stress. At Victory High School, students are allowed to keep their cell phones, but they're required to be turned off and put away during class. And once again, at the high school level and at Granite Oaks, they are permitted to use this during break and lunch periods. Again, I talked briefly about that update. Our elementary schools, they do a great job of providing clear expectations and communications to students and parents, and it truly is not a problem on our campuses at the elementary level. I talked about the difference between the 2 middle schools. If for a reason there is an issue and students are found to be using that, they do have in their student handbooks the consequences of that. Cell phones confiscated, students talked to, given it back at the end of the day. Second offense, returned at the end of the day, but they may receive a lunchtime detention and merit loss. And then the third time is now we have an ongoing problem. We're going to confiscate the phone. We're going to have a parent meeting. We're going to talk about this moving forward. Once again, that's all in the student handbook. Finally, at our high schools, they have seen less stress, I would say, from students over the last 3-4 years, and they report that it's not a problem. Yes, there are some people out there that may say, well, a kid has a burner phone, so they put it in the pocket, and so be it. If they are seen using their phone when they're not supposed to, teachers handle it. So they do take care of that. So finally, a book that came out a couple years ago, and just something is a possible parent education series that we could do, and shout out to Hannah Anderson. She put together a protocol already. The book was called The Anxious Generation, Participants would explore the power of reducing anxiety, the impacts of social media and technology on mental health, the effective strategies for building resilience and supporting the well-being of our youth. We could do this over a series of 3 90-minute sessions. We could talk about a book discussion. We can have some guest speakers come in, and then we can do a Q&A segment to engage participants and deepen the understanding and the conversation about some of the impacts that social media and cell phones have. Rocklin Unified would engage parents, community leaders, school administrators, teachers, counselors, psychologists, any other staff member that would like to participate. This would be in addition to the parent university we've done, because once again, we'd have to provide that information. It would be a 3-part series and allow people to sign up for that. So that is definitely something that we could do if the board is interested. So for our next steps, continue to monitor and enforce our current policy and practices, work with sites to ensure consistency with grade level policies and discipline practices, collect any feedback trustees may have, and then at some point in time, I will have to bring back our board policy 5131 to update the Board of Trustees prior to July 1st, because once again, our current policy does not have all 4 of those required exemptions in our current policy. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. You know, it's interesting. I have 5 children over 8 years, and with my oldest, kids are getting cell phones junior high. With my youngest, I mean, kids are getting cell phones younger and younger and younger, right? You're saying 2nd grade. Oh my goodness gracious. I was going to say 4th. So I would love to have the parent university include parents at all levels, and especially, you know, elementary school as well. I think we've always done, have we always done K through 12 for that? Okay. Just be sure that we market to those parents as well, because by the time these kids are in high school, they've got some pretty deep habits.
I like the idea of doing that even maybe in addition to offering a course at the parent university, but I do think having those kind of standalone events here in the evening is helpful to just, you know, parents are very busy, but I know there's an interest in this topic. It's something that's being talked about on school sites, and to be able to have the district put together the information and organize it, and like you said, even have speakers and Q&A could be really helpful, because I mean, like I see it at the high school level at work. You're saying, you know, 2nd graders, you know, and we're talking about our board policies and how hard it is to keep up with some of these things, and you know, let's make sure that parents have access to, you know, all the materials being presented in class, but then in their pocket, they have this device that can give them all of that information and more, and no one's there to talk to them about it, or, you know, redirect them or discourage them or whatever. So I'm really encouraged by this. I'm actually very encouraged by your reporting that you got from the sites. I will say, having an 8th grader at Springview and just knowing, you know, how sensitive, you know, these children are to their development, there really isn't an issue with the elementary school policy being implemented there. And I'm not sure if that's what you've heard as well, but that seems to be my understanding. I know there was a little bit about that in here.
Once again, shout out to our PBIS program. I mean, you provide clear expectations and you hold students accountable, and it doesn't have to be, you know, a suspension or anything like that. You just talk to them and let them know that that's not allowed. And that's what our elementary and Springview did report out when I talked to them about this.
Can I give one more idea? I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt. At the elementary level, I bet Jonathan Haight has something where even if it's some posters, or there's got to be some programs that are out there that encourage kids to put your phone in your pocket and make eye contact and communicate and connect. So would you mind looking into that? Thank you.
We can definitely do that as well.
Comment. I would like to see, I didn't notice, and maybe I just missed it, but I didn't notice watches included, because I see kids messaging on their watches out on the playground, and whether they have their phone or not, they've got those watches on, and they're much sneakier with their watches, and that's not as high on the radar as the phones are. But they can do almost everything they can do on a phone on their watch. Is it? I didn't see it.
Pagers. Like, do kids still have pagers? I mean, isn't that a thing of...
How about the portable CD players? Can we talk about that?
Board policy. Yeah, Tony might have a pager still.
Okay. You're accessible. Good job, Tony.
So just clarification.
But here's the ironic part, is if, it's like almost if we take it out, we're afraid kids would go
Right.
retro and say, oh, well, now I can have a pager. So we opt to leave it in until you can't literally buy the technology anymore, like,
Which is the case with flip phones. Like Verizon won't, anymore carry the technology for a flip phone.
Right,
so.
it's like we don't have 8 tracks in there because you can't buy those. But
Yeah.
but there is a space where there is kind of a retro market that we're afraid if we didn't include it, that kids might work around it. So.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, just for clarity, so you are interested for Ed Service to lead this program? Okay. Any specific time of the year that you're looking at? Because I know Hannah's a little busy right now with FPM, so if it's okay.
Trustees, with the holiday time upon us, we would think that this would be something to launch after the winter break, and we could look to make sure we do this, winter, spring, and if we have more interest than we think, we can always offer multiple opportunities as well.
I think what I'm saying with the winter, I think it's good in the spring. I think, and I don't know, probably more for elementary, but it gives you the opportunity to have the parent-teacher conference and kind of validate that it's going in the right direction, or if there's any concerns, it's one-to-one conversation, not policy. So.
And also then in the spring, figuring if you wait until fall, maybe parents have already said, sure, you can have your phone and take it, where they can kind of plan ahead for the next year. One thing I'm just wondering too, if this would be part of it, or if maybe it could be something different. But I know we had talked, I think when we first started talking about this topic, even offering parents some strategies for alternatives to giving their kids phones at an early age, or we talked about some different, ways that they can communicate, or with a buddy system, or going to the office if they need something, or things like that. So just wondering if that's something we could look at too, just as a more preventative measure. Okay, I know I can't.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 10.3, Hannah Anderson, will you please join us again to give information on revised board policies and administrative regulations?
Good evening again, President Price, trustees, Superintendent Stock. The policies in item 10.3 of the third batch of board policies and administrative regulations and education services staff will bring before you. These policies are listed as an information item tonight and will be brought back to trustees in December for action. At this time, Dr. McDonald and I are happy to answer questions on policies.
Okay, I have one question on board policy 5146, page 3.
This is the
5146
married,
pregnant,
parenting students policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 3, second paragraph. Could we please leave parent and guardian rather than crossing it out? I don't care if we put a slash afterwards. The second paragraph down. The student, if 18 years of age or older, or the student's parent, guardian / educational rights holder, what would you think would be the best way to word that?
I think we would need to make it a slash.
Or a slash, okay.
Because there are some students in our district with whom they're, yes, and so it would not be appropriate, but the education rights holder would need to be the notification.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we just do that with the slash? That's
Yes.
the only thing I had. And then I had one other question on board policy 5125 about student records. It's how do we get access to student social media? Yeah. And how would we do
Are
that
we in
without
the
the
policy
police?
or regulation?
The
Just-
policy
okay.
5. Second page, student records from social media. The superintendent or designee may gather and maintain information from the social media of any district student, providing we tell them first, but I was just curious about that. Do you know the how of that?
I can see Dr. McDonald's wheels turning. This may be one that we need to get you more information and
that's
bring
great.
back when we
Perfect.
bring this for action in
Perfect.
December?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anybody else have
We
any?
primarily use this, and we'll ask Marty when he gets back too, but when we do this is typically related to disciplinary incidents.
Right.
Where we're doing an investigation and
Right.
we're requesting information from a phone, or we have reasonable cause to believe that there's information on a cellular device or social media that would be part of a disciplinary hearing. And so in those cases, we would be accessing this.
With the police or just by ourselves?
Depends on the nature of the incident,
Yeah.
sometimes with the police, and sometimes if it's, a lower level kind of cyberbullying issue, we would handle it locally, but if it was something that was more widespread, we would be
Okay.
accessing that.
Okay.
Marty, do you want to comment on when we access social media from students as part of student records?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
No
so,
problem. You're allowed.
One more time, please. What are you looking for?
So we're looking at student records from social media, and it reads that the superintendent or designee may gather and maintain information from social media from a district student, provided that the district first notifies students and parents and guardians about the proposed program and offers an opportunity for public comment at a regular scheduled board meeting. I talked about gathering social media information for disciplinary reasons and investigations. I don't know. I assume you do the same?
Exactly. Once again, much of this is our policy students. If you see something, say something, and many times they'll provide that information that requires us to look into it and deal with it from there.
And
Thank
we
you.
will bring back additional information on that in December.
Okay, great. Does anybody else have any additional questions?
I did have a question on policy 5125. The student records, the same one. So I had highlighted down, let's see, it's one, the second paragraph, there was quite a bit of strike through, so deletion. And I was trying to find if it was because of duplication, and I wasn't seeing duplication. Specifically, the deletion I was surprised by was the line that says, these regulations shall ensure parental rights to review, inspect, and copy student records and shall protect the student and his or her family from invasion of privacy. That was struck out.
Are we in the AR?
This is in the policy,
In the policy,
5125.
okay.
Second paragraph. And we have time, we're not voting on it tonight. So I just have a few that it just kind of caught my eye. I wasn't seeing that was reinserted anywhere else. And so I was just kind of wondering why we would strike that out.
We will look for that. Often those changes have been moved to the regulation or in between from the regulation to the policy to the regulation. If it is not, that would not be something that we would need to leave struck out and could be something that we bring back.
I think it exists because I know it's in our annual notification to parents too, so we'll find it
So
for you.
maybe
Yeah.
instead of a full strikeout, we could just say, as in AR administrative regulation, but maybe if I can just get a little more information on that, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. We will look forward to seeing those again.
Oh, he has one.
Derek has
On,
something. I'm so sorry.
Regulation, so to the same one, 5125, the regulation. And it's probably formatting. Let's see here. It's 1, 2, 3. The fourth page. It says so I guess if you go back to the third, it's persons granted absolute access in accordance with the law, absolute access should be granted to. And then everything's crossed out except for, and I'm just trying to, and maybe it's format. Parents, guardians of students younger than age 18, including the parent, is not the student's custodial parent. Maybe there's just too much cross out that I didn't read it right.
We can clean up the formatting there so that this one is a little bit easier to read.
Okay.
It is in accordance with law, absolute access to any student record shall be granted to, number 1, parents, guardians of students younger than age 18 years, including the parent who is not the student's custodial parent, right? So it's all in there, but so we can find a way to clean up that formatting to make that one a little bit easier to read. And we can also provide trustees a copy of any of these, right, that where we remove the strike-throughs so that you have the opportunity to see in draft form what the policy or regulation would look like, because I do know that many of these have a lot of language moving back and forth, and that could be helpful.
Yeah, that would be great.
And Yeah, and then just one more, and just more of a question. I guess it's second page, personal identification, personally identifiable information includes, but is not limited to. So number 4, I just didn't know that when it goes to biometric record, I didn't know we or any school districts tracking retina and iris patterns, DNA sequence. It's a little bit past the science level of most high schools, I would assume.
Wow.
We say that, but then we don't say sex, which is kind of interesting, which I thought would have been easier to comment on.
We can look further into that one too and bring back additional information.
But you'd be surprised. We want to be ready for where the
I
future
just
may
didn't
lead
know
us.
if we were in the matrix fully there, Roger, so.
Well,
Crazy. That's all I had. You got.
I guess I'll just ask it right now. I was going to call later. But the only other one in that, just because this is such a lengthy AR, so it's hard to see the strike-throughs. I'm struggling to find, like, if something was struck through because we don't want that in our policy anymore, or if it's just been moved to another area. But because this one was so lengthy, page 5, it's struck out. There's a whole section about that a parent or guardian or adult student must be given 3 days notice if there's an agency requesting their information. So this is like part of privacy law. And so I'm hoping that's somewhere else in the policy and we're not just getting rid of that, because I do think it's good practice that parents or the individual, if they're 18 or older, are notified if a third party is getting their information. So I was just hoping maybe you can help me find, is that somewhere else in there, or are we just striking it out?
We can help you find. In this particular policy, there was a lot of language that was, or in regulation, excuse me, that was moving around in the regulation. So it's crossed out in one place and added back in another place, and just for reorganization and clarity.
Perfect, yeah.
So we'll find that.
And no rush, we're not voting on it tonight, but that just caught my eye.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for all of your work. Hours and hours and hours. We appreciate it so much. Okay, we are now to 11.1 public comment. I have maybe 6 cards, so I'm going to read off the names. And if you're here, if you could just raise your hand, and then we'll be sure that I've got everyone. Sarah Gardner. And then is it Kylie or Kaylee Leek? Kaylee. Evelyn Johnson. Okay. Stephanie White. Great. Greg, Kneger, okay. Krieger, Kr, okay, great. Sorry about that. And then Marina Gable, okay. Okay, so let me just share something quick. I really appreciate you waiting so patiently. We are sorry we had a lot of business to get through. But we will now open up agenda item 11.1, public comment on 9 agenda items. We want to remind everyone this agenda item is to give everyone in attendance an opportunity to address the board on a non-agenda item within the jurisdiction of the school district. The board is not permitted to deliberate or take action on this agenda on a non-agenda item, but may refer to the matter to a staff member for follow-up. A complaint about a specific employee of the district shall be made to the employee's immediate supervisor or the principal as required by Administrative Regulation 1312.1. For verbal comments, I will say the first person, and then I'll say who's on deck. You have 2 minutes. Please restate your name, the city you live in, and the schools that your children attend, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. We now welcome Sarah Gardner to come forward to the podium.
Thank you, President Price, trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Thank you to my colleagues who are here to support me, as well as those watching online. My name is Sarah Gardner. I'm a proud teacher at Breen Elementary and the parent of 2 RUSD graduates. Across our district, elementary teachers, including myself, 2 other colleagues at Breen, and another one that I know at Valley View, just to name a few, are facing extreme student behaviors. Property, student work is being destroyed. Teachers and students are being repeatedly kicked, hit, bitten, and threatened with scissors. My students have had to dodge whiteboards or blocks being thrown across the room. Since August, in my own first grade classroom, I've had to evacuate too many times to count, sometimes 3 or 4 times in a day. The academic impact is devastating as lessons are disrupted constantly. Many of my students no longer want to come to school, and when they do, It's not long before some of them ask to go home. They are scared. What 6- and 7-year-old deserves this day after day? This isn't the learning environment we promised them. This isn't education. This is survival. While my school leadership has been supportive using all of the resources available to her, the system is failing us. The intervention process is too slow, and the burden of implementation falls on teachers already stretched thin. I cannot deliver the amount of behavior support needed for my 2 students and deliver high-quality instruction at the same time. Why did it take until November for an extra body, a substitute, to be finally placed in my room for support? Why is it that it took parents to complain to the district for it to finally act? Why are some of my colleagues still waiting for extra support? It's time to stop reacting and start investing. A full-time behavior support professional, someone who can intervene early, stay long enough to make a difference, and help restore safety and learning should be deployed to every elementary class with a student exhibiting extremely unsafe behavior. We shouldn't have to wait weeks or months for support. Once a student is consistently safe on a day-to-day basis, only then should support be phased out. When students feel safe, they thrive.
Thank you so much.
Sarah Gardner.
Kaylee Leak, and on deck we'll have Evelyn Johnson.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Leak. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate the early on support for parents in general. Like, you guys have, through this meeting, emphasized that it's important for parents to be involved in everything that's going on. And that's why a lot of us are here today, because I feel Ms. Gardner has brought up a super serious situation that my first grader is experiencing. I feel like her class, the majority of the class is suffering at the cost of like 2 kids being helped out. And I know it's hard for those kids. I feel for them as a parent, like if they were my kids, it would be tough. But the entirety of the class is suffering because these 2 kids are not being managed well. And my big issue comes, I've had an issue with this for a while because I have a 9-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old. My 9 and 6-year-olds are at Breen Elementary. My oldest has had some run-ins with things like this. It hasn't been to the extent that Ms. Gardner has had to deal with. This is awful, and I can't imagine going to work every day with her job, honestly. My concern is for the safety of my kids. I don't feel like when I send them to school, I'm sending them to a safe environment. And that should be the very, very baseline of what is okay for sending kids to school. I mean, I'm not asking for excellent educational standards. I'm just asking for them to go to school and feel like they're in a safe environment. They're not going to get hurt when they go to school. My oldest daughter has encountered some things at school that I am not impressed with. I never brought it up before because it was here and there. It's not to the frequency that we've seen with my middle daughter. But my daughter's come home with a Band-Aid on her face or on her legs. And my kids are not ones to complain. They don't want to stir the pot. They don't want to say things. So I have to like pry it out of them or pry it out of their friends, honestly. So they won't say anything. But they'll just get like, I got hurt at school. And they'll just move on with it. But I don't hear what exactly happened because there's no report sent home, ever. One time, once a classmate punched my older daughter in the stomach because she beat him at Fort Square. Once she was kicked in the face because a boy didn't want her to climb up on the play structure. And once she was pushed over so hard that she had to go to the nurse because she hit the back of her head so hard that she had to go to the nurse. She was feeling dizzy. No one told me. I sent her to a softball game, and she was acting totally off. Didn't understand what was going on. Missed the pitches. Was irritable. Didn't understand instructions. I'm a sports chiropractor, and I deal with concussions all the time. And had I known that she had hit her head, I wouldn't have sent her to anything sports related. If you've ever no note was sent home ever. In her instance, she's dealing with kids that are getting injured at school. And not only is this continuing to happen, the parents aren't even notified that their kids are getting injured at school. So if they're nice kids and they don't want to make a stir the pot, they don't even tell their parents. And that's crazy to me. At the very base, I think it should be policy that we get a note home when our kids are injured at school. Whether it's an accident on their own part or another child injures them, I understand that you don't want to, there's a
Privacy,
issue,
right.
or you don't want to let the parents know that a certain child injured them. But I want to know, if somebody punched my kid, I want to know that she was injured. I want to know how it happened so that I can address that to her.
Thank
So
you.
that I can teach her to defend herself if she needs to, because if the district is not going to do that, then I can teach her strategies to do that. I've had to have that conversation with my daughter, where generally I tell her if she gets injured at school, she needs to tell a teacher or run away. But now, nobody's taking any action, so I have to tell her she needs to tell a teacher, run away, or if both of those things are a thing, she gets the right to defend herself. And I don't want to have that conversation with my daughter. She shouldn't have to encounter that. And that's crazy that that is even a thing that I have to address with my kids.
Kaylee.
So I would like for, at the very base, we should have a note sent home when our kids are injured. That's all I'm asking. That's it. And that's so minimal, and that's something that preschools do.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's ridiculous that it's not a thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Everyone on this board wants your child to feel safe, and we want our teachers all to feel safe. Go ahead.
Our policy is to notify parents if students are injured. We do need if a teacher is notified or the principal is notified, they would notify a parent of an injury.
I've got a 9-year-old. I've literally never gotten a note home on an injury. Not one time. And it's happened.
Yeah, I'll follow up
Okay.
with you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Evelyn Johnson, and on deck we have Stephanie White.
Hey, my name is Evelyn, and I have a first grade son in Mrs. Gardner's class at Breen Elementary. And I'm standing here today not as just an angry parent, but a really concerned parent. My primary goal is the safety of my child, as I'm sure that is your goal as well. And the well-being of my child and the other children in this class is severely compromised. And frankly, the system that you're tasked to oversee, it's failing them. My son has loved being at Breen. We've been there since TK. He's always looked forward to going to school. He's a kind, sweet, he loves everybody, includes everybody. And now he doesn't want to go to school anymore. I've pulled him out of school this week. I will not do any sort of independent study. That's not what that is made for. I'm keeping my son home because he doesn't feel safe. These children are physically assaulting other children every single day. They're hitting them over the head with objects, they're throwing things, and Miss Gardner is not equipped to handle that. She's not. And so not only is their physical well-being being, jeopardized, their mental well-being is also. And since the beginning of the year, there's been repeated incidences of violence at the hands of these two students. These physical assaults on the children range from punching, kicking, being hit all over the head and other emotional outbursts, and being evacuated 1 to 3 times a day, and there has been absolutely no communication to parents. I know you say that's your policy about these evacuations, and so I don't know when my kid comes home that this is what he's been dealing with since the beginning of school, and we're in November. These two children remain in the classroom with continued opportunities to carry out violent attacks on their peer, despite having the additional aid in the class. These aren't isolated incidents, but a clear symptom of a larger systemic problem with accountability and action. What act do either of these children have to do for it to be the threshold? Do they get a hold of a pair of scissors in class and hurt somebody, poke them in the eye, throw something at somebody? This is really, really bad. And there's continued emails from all of these parents, not all of them could be here tonight, to the assistant superintendents, and nothing is being done. A child cannot learn if they do not feel safe. I know Ms. Gardner said that. My child deserves better than this. Every child in this district deserves better than this. And I urge you guys to accept responsibility and implement
Thank you. Hi.
My name's Stephanie White. I have a first grade son in Miss Gardner's class too, and I feel like I'm gonna cry just with all these moms. And it's just sad that this is what it takes for us to keep our kids safe, that nobody's done it. And so we as moms have to come here and be here at 10:30 at night to try to fight for our kids to just not get injured every day in class. Like, this is a failure. This is a failure on your parts. And we all have emailed lots of times. And my email is never responded to Bill McDonald, so I'm just going to read that. I'm ready to express my concern about 2 students in Sarah Gardner's first grade class at Breen Elementary, whose behavior has become increasingly disruptive and violent and is adversely affecting the learning environment. Their actions not only disturb the class, but also jeopardize the physical and emotional safety of the students. These children disregard classroom rules and display violent behavior toward their teacher and peers. There have been numerous incidents where these children have thrown things, broken classroom items, hit and punched multiple students. As a result of their behavior, the whole class is forced to evacuate or hide under their desks. I also will say that, and that was never reported to us. None of the evacuations, that is traumatizing for kids to have to evacuate and hide under their desks like an active shooter, but they do this on a daily basis for months, and nobody was gonna tell us anything. We have to find out through the grapevine and through what our kids tell us and through other moms, like, what is going on here? They occur multiple times. They occur multiple times a week, sometimes more than once a day. This extreme behavior has been occurring for months, and despite numerous attempts to address these issues through standard disciplinary measures, which we don't know what they are because you're not allowed to tell us, their behavior remains unaltered, if not worse. It happened today, and it was a really bad incident today that a mom reported back. Today, with an aide in the room, because the aide was doing a reading circle. So they're like, how is that? Why is the aide doing a reading circle? What is the point even of having an aide here? This persistent disruption has created a challenging atmosphere, making it difficult for the teacher to maintain order and deliver effective instruction. More importantly, I fear for the safety of my child and the trauma being brought on by witnessing this behavior daily. I believe that immediate and decisive action is necessary to rectify the situation. It's crucial to implement more structured and supportive plan to address this behavior. As a parent, it feels like the well-being of a whole class is being sacrificed at the cost of 2 kids who are clearly not doing well in this environment. At what point will these children be removed from the class? If repeated violent outbursts so extreme the class must evacuate or hide under desks is not the threshold, then what is? We want to know what is. Is it a knife? Is it a gun? We don't get it. It's like, where is this going to stop? And so we are obviously more than willing to work with everybody, and we'd appreciate being heard. This isn't ideal for us, obviously, to have to do it this way, but we're grateful to be here, and please help us. I know you guys are all moms and parents. Like, please, as moms, help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Stock, could you please look into this, report back to us about the issues raised and how they can be addressed?
Yes, I'll work with Dr. McDonald and Principal Palmer to provide some additional information on how we can work to address the issues and concerns that were raised today. And some of the issues that were raised and concerned are different than what we understand expectations to be, such as notification. So we'll look at these, and we also heard concerns around, how the length of time to address concerns and other issues. So we'll work to look into these and provide additional information back regarding this and to the board.
Thank you. First grade is supposed to be so fun, right? And so we hear you, and I trust that these capable employees will get back to us. We want your kids to feel safe, and we want them to learn, and we want our staff and our teachers to feel safe as well.
If I could ask too, I was surprised by the comments hearing tonight. Very concerned about things that were shared tonight, that about lack of notification. And so could I or the board receive a copy of our policy that states about parent notification in the case of an injury? And if we don't have one, can we discuss that?
Absolutely.
I also, so this isn't totally surprising to me. It's something that's come up a couple times this school year in more kind of general terms from principals saying that they're seeing behaviors at an increase with the addition of universal TK, and there's just been a trend of seeing more challenging behaviors in school. I am a BCBA, so that is my job. So that's what I do every day, and it's something that I have seen as well. I had actually become aware of the issue at Breen last week, and so my intention tonight was actually to bring this up as a potential future agenda item, if not necessarily an item, but to your point, I would maybe like some more specific information as far as the resources that the district currently has, how they are structured, how do teachers seek support, kind of what is that process, just to kind of get a good starting point for where we're at, what is available, how does it work right now, so that then maybe we can move forward from there. But I think I hate hearing that. I'm so sorry that you guys are here. It's heartbreaking, and unfortunately, it's not unique to Rocklin Unified. It's happening everywhere, but I think it is our responsibility, and just like with e-bikes that we talked about earlier with safety, this is another area of safety. I think we have repeatedly talked about that emphasis, and we potentially can use this as a way to develop some really excellent systems and supports, and hopefully just lean into it and make a positive outcome for everyone. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Greg Kreger on deck will be Marina Gable.
President Price and team, thank you. Thank you for your service. My name is Greg Krieger. I've lived in Rocklin for more than 25 years, and I have 2 grandsons at Coyote Ridge. My comments will possibly affirm earlier decisions made tonight, or they may inform actions yet to come. Thank you for this opportunity to share my overwhelming support for Rocklin High School teacher and head football coach Jason Adams. I have served the community for more than 30 years as a local pastor, and during the last 17 of those years as an assistant coach for the Del Oro High School varsity football program, including last week's painful game against Rocklin Friday night. Wearing my coaching hat, I've come to know Jason well. Our relationship goes far beyond Friday nights. We've shared countless hours in clinics, camps, tournaments, meals, sharing our successes and failures in winning life's biggest games, those which are often more significant than the games on the field. If you've seen him on the field, you know Jason to be a man of passion. He lives his life the same way, as a teacher, as a friend, as a parent, as a husband. But even more importantly, compassion and love. You see the passion on Fridays. Well, you don't have to look too far to see the compassion and love there as well. A few years back, for example, we were in a close game at Del Oro through the first half. Rocklin versus Del Oro. Teams were brawling through the first half, just like brothers do. Into the second half, Rocklin starts driving for a score. There's a big pass, a play. The defensive back is down, injured, near the Rocklin sideline. Into action, Jason goes. First coach out there. First coach, compassion. I don't even remember who won the game, but I'll never forget Jason there caring for our player. Jason Adams makes every team better.
Thank you so much. Marina Gable?
Just wanted to say thank you for listening, and I don't wish any harm upon Jason Adams. I do understand we are human, but it comes to a point when you should question whether or not you have the temperament, or if there's something happening in your life, to consider possibly changing your roles of working with children. I'm an advocate for children. I don't know Jason that well, but what had happened with my son is a big red flag. It's a concern. And no tolerance for violence is very important. And I think in our society, violence has come to a point, unfortunately, it happens, and it's as if, oh, that's okay. This happened 5 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And the amount of educators that came out and were glorifying what had happened and were so happy that this man died. And a lot of them have lost their positions for verbalizing their acceptance of violence. It's scary to me that an educator can say something to a child and
Thank you. Does any trustee want to put a pending agenda item, place an item on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. We don't have anything to go back to closed session for. The meeting is now adjourned.